What's going on, everyone? How are we all doing tonight? I'm still getting set up. I had some things I'm managing, but as you can see, yeah, as you can see, we are back to what we were doing the other night. For some reason, my dropped frames are really up, and I don't know why. It's based on my network. I don't know, it's weird. We can get rid of that. There we go. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. All right. Yeah, so as we were talking about Monday, fortunately did not get a chance to finish that stream as my computer just outright crashed on me. Just, you know, no rhyme or reason, just the whole thing shut down. And yeah, I got that back up and running, so that's all good and cleared up now. Hopefully it doesn't do that again tonight. That would suck. I gotta adjust something here. Ooh. Ooh. That's a little too much. If I do that, it makes me too bright. All right, we're gonna leave it like that. If I seem too dark, let me know. I turn up my lights just to kind of get some better illumination. All right. Yeah, it is also a very long survey. Lots of questions. But yeah. How many tiles added since Monday? Actually, I didn't add any. So after the stream went down, I got worried. I was like, oh, you know, a sudden shutdown on a computer. Is this going to cause an issue with my game? So I initially had this worry that like I was going to lose some progress or something was going to happen. And unfortunately I did. For example, in this little corner, when I restarted my computer, like this whole little section here was gone. Even though I know I had placed all of these tiles. And so I just kind of resigned myself of like, yeah, you know what? Shit happened. It was bad. But it's another opportunity for me to, you know, jump in and just keep going with it. So I was just gonna leave it until today. I was busy yesterday. Had other games to play today, but I then started back up just now, and hey, it's all fine. Like I'm right where I left off when my power went out, or not my power, but my computer shut down. So yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Shit happens. We're just gonna keep going, you know, keep building out this little world. Yeah, it was less that like I took a break. I just had stuff going on. Like I was playing other games and, you know, wasn't really, you know, killing to get back into this at that exact moment. So wasn't a big deal. Ooh, do I finally want to close that off? Ugh, I don't know. Or we can make this bigger, or I can go up here. Yeah, we'll do it up there. But yeah, figure, why is my connection dropping? It's weird. Keep saying my bit rate's dying out, but then I see the stream and it looks fine, so I don't know. Confusing shit sometimes. All right, let's go in there. We're gonna build some shit up around here. But oh, wait, can I probably can't. I want to put a little train here. I'm guessing it's because of this and this. Shit. I want to train there. I'm gonna delete these. I don't really care. Yeah, we're gonna get a little train there, and now we're gonna bump that back out. Cool. Yeah. So, like I said, we are gonna jump back into the survey and keep plugging away at some Dwarf Romantic. So I want to say this is where we left off. I kind of remember a lot of these questions, but we're gonna pick up on NPCs. So how many factions, allies, and enemies are optimal? The survey said some, and there was oh wait, did we? No, I started, this is where we left off. Okay. Yeah, so we had the top ones being some and a couple, or a single allied faction against many enemy factions. And I agree with that. Some factions all against each other, with some kind of level of espionage tied in. A lot of players are going to dig into that. You know, as a DM, you want to have some kind of, you know, you want to have some kind of imbalance of powers when it comes to, you know, how your players are interacting with all of these different factions. You want them to be where if they're deciding to partner up or to align themselves with a certain faction, you want to see that, you want to build in that ripple effect for that choice. Okay, maybe one of the other factions, if something happens and your players, you know, try to reach out to them for a favor or something like that, it's like, oh, well, you know, you reach out to the Lions Guild, yet you are loyal to the Emerald Enclave. We have had our differences in the past, and now you come here seeking our aid, and you know, you make it so that your players have to have some kind of buy-in from them. You want to make it so that if the players want their aid, they want their access, they're going to have to give up something. This was kind of talked about earlier of, you know, working with an enemy or some, you know, giving into some enemies, you know, needs or wants. What's up, Nacho Dad? How you doing, man? You know, giving into an enemy's or you know, some opposing force, giving into their wants and needs in order to balance out your own. That's going to be something that will build up that in-game world, especially if you do it that way, because who knows why they're at war? Who knows why they might be at odds with one another? Did the Emerald Enclave, you know, perform some you know, some raid on a Lions Guild like bastion? Okay, did that sour the relationship between the two of them, or is it something, you know, less serious? Is it something where maybe maybe they tried working together and just found out that their approaches did not mesh well? You know, the Emerald Enclave is very against you know, the organization and expansion of cities, because they want more of a natural world to exist and to exude. So, you know, they kind of are classically against the Lions Guild, which is oftentimes more in line and wanting for a established conglomerate of cities. You know, however you play it, you want to have a little bit of that division between the different groups. So yeah. How many allied NPCs should there be in an adventure? Again, I can't remember if these are actually like 1, 2, 3, or 4. but in my opinion, the amount of NPCs that you want to have in a world, as kind of cliche, this might seem a little cliche, but it is a phrase I use all the time, and enough that makes sense for your game. You know, if it's a world where your players are sparsely ever interacting with NPCs, and they're more out and about, and they're in the wilderness, or they're, you know, somewhere where there's not that many humans, or I mean, not that, you know, many commoners around, then obviously it's not going to make a lot of sense for there to be, you know, for them to know 50,000, or, you know, for you to have all these NPCs fleshed out. But if your NPCs or if your players are going to be playing in an area where, you know, maybe they're in a town more often, you know, in a Lost Mines of Phandelver or Dragon of Icespire Peak, that all takes place, you know, in and around the town of Phandalin. So there is a high probability that your players are going to interact with, you know, with Tolbin Stonehill, the owner of the Stonehill Inn, on a regular basis. When they're going back to town, everyone's first thing is, let's stop at the tavern, let's, you know, grab something to eat, let's get some sleep, let's see what's going on here. Bada bing, bada boom, you got some, you know, you got those NPCs back into the mix. But if you are, but if you know you're running, say, I want to say, I mean, Icewind Dale still has prominent NPCs. I'm going to use a very specific way of running Icewind Dale that can align with this. If your players are more interested in just moving from town to town, and not really worrying so much about who every NPC is, Icewind Dale can definitely work in that way, because you don't actually have to worry too much about who everyone is. They're going to meet the handful that are already established in each town. They're going to meet the town speakers, they're going to meet the shop owners and stuff like that. But if you're, you know, you don't need to really worry about them, but you want to have at least in every town, you know, a handful of options for your characters to dig into. You never know who your PCs are going to gravitate towards. Yeah, no, that's 100% it. When I started running my library game, that was one of those moments when I was, you know, I was introducing some characters, and I was introducing their characters, like, you know, we were just starting, everything was just taking off, and these players were, you know, we're doing Dragon of Icespire Peak in that, and so the players were just starting out. They had just arrived in Phandalin, and they talked to, I had them talk to Elmar Barthen and Ander and Thistle, and, you know, in my Phandalin 5 game, you know, which you can watch on this channel, if you've ever watched it, you know, Ander and Thistle, or Ander plays a fairly small role in it. You know, Ander was there from the very beginning, but he was just kind of the shop hand. He was the worker for Elmar Barthen. But Thistle has grown into a slightly more prominent role. She had a role to play in the attack on Axholm. She has become a friend of little Maggie, and because of that, you know, she has a little bit more of a role kind of building out, whereas Ander does not. Now, in my library game, in that one, when this just lagged, hold on, I need to turn the settings down. Yeah, we're gonna leave that up. I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why it's on that. Let's change the resolution at least. Oh my god, I can hear the stream now. Could you not? Was that something you were incapable of before? Alright, I had to turn that quality down. I don't want this thing crashing on me again because I'm using too much processing power. But yeah, so like I said, in my in my library game, Ander was actually the one, whenever they first got into Phandalin, they were talking with Ander, and I just off the cuff, they said, yeah, we're here to look into this dragon problem you're having. We were told to get a hold of the town master. Who's that again? And just off the cuff, I had Ander, kind of scoff and be like, oh yeah, you'll want that Joker Harbin Wester down there. And they're like, what? Like, you have an issue with him? And he was like, oh, he's just some yellow-bellied, politician, came here out of nowhere, won the favor of everyone by paying off a lot of people's debt and promising to put money into the town. And, we haven't really seen a lot of that yet. And, it's just kind of getting a bit ridiculous because, now with this dragon, he's clamoring about there's all these people threatening to leave, and who knows what's going to happen to the town. And so the players latched onto this, and they were like, oh, this is an issue, so this guy's going to be a little worm. And so when I've been playing it, when these characters have gone back to Phandalin, that has been an aspect that I have played into, of where Ander is, one of the ones that they're going to like find out what happened, because they've interacted with Harbin already, and Harbin is kind of a little wormy, and so they're like, oh, this Ander kid has a good head on his shoulders. He knows what he's talking about. We'll chat with him. And so the party are kind of poising Ander in their own way of like, hey, this is a kid that we can trust, and we know he's got a good head on his shoulders, and so we'll kind of work with him. And it's that different dynamic. But like Stacy said, our most favored NPC in 5e in P5 came out of thin air and was our adopted goblin Iggy. My library game has a similar character. When my players were in Phandalin and they were looking to start heading out and finding out where they can go, they didn't know how to get down to where the gnomes were. They didn't know how to get down to Gnomengard. So they, when they had originally arrived in Phandalin, I said, they went to the Stone Hill Inn. I said, oh, there's an elf, a dwarf, or there's an elf, a couple humans, a couple dwarves, and there's a rock gnome in there. And I just threw in rock gnome off the top of my head. There was no rhyme or reason behind it. It was just, oh yeah, there's a rock gnome in here. So when the party found out that they had to go to Gnomengard in order to talk to them about getting some supplies and, letting them know about the dragon, they were like, oh, we don't know how to get there, but there was that rock gnome. I'm sure he knows how to get there. So that character, all right, Nacho, have a good one, man. So that character, I very quickly came up with the name Bilzer. I think I just pulled it off of a random name generator. But Bilzer became basically that group's Iggy. He traveled with them down to Gnomengard, And while he was down there, and the party picked up some of the magic items that they had, they were considering, Bilzer explained that as a rock gnome, he actually knows some innate magic. He has some innate magics to him. So when they had found this hat of wizardry there, which Iggy has that, it was just a random draw on a table. I was like, oh, there's this hat of wizardry, and some of the party was like, oh, give it to Bilzer. He's obviously magic. He could probably use it, which they didn't end up doing. One of the other players decided to take it. But that's the thing. You just never know when you're gonna say something to a party, and they're gonna remember it, and they're gonna call you on it, and in that moment, it's going to lead to the development of a whole new character. Now, granted, unlike Iggy, who the moment that he was introduced to P5 became an actual member of the party and has joined the Phandalin 5 group on their adventures up until, up until even now. After the party at the library got, after they rescued the dwarves, and got them back to Phandalin, they, down at the excavation site, they actually told Bilzer to head back to Nomengard to work out a deal with them about setting up a mill closer to Phandalin in order to allow a Dabra Gwyn to move back to Phandalin so that she could be closer to town and still continue her work, because one of her big things is she doesn't want to stop doing her work just because there's a dragon in town, but they want her to be safe. So they told her if they could get her a mill set up, would she move closer to town, and she agreed. So again, Bilzer really hasn't been with the party like Iggy has, but just a passing comment of a character led into their existing within that campaign, that simple side character. So how many allied NPCs should you have? You should have enough that when your players go to a town, they have some people that they can talk to. They're always going to want some information, and they're going to turn to those NPCs for that. But the other thing is that you're also going to want to give them some allies and want to give them, some people that they can turn to and rely on, in any moment's notice. I need to put this down here. I've been wanting to extend this further down. All right, how many enemy NPCs should there be? Honestly, this one is a little bit more simple for me. You should own, if you're referring to an enemy NPC as in somebody who is regularly confronting the party, you should make it very few. You should have it like one or two. And the reason for that is because introducing too many villains or too many enemy, like main role enemy characters will just lead to confusion for your players, in my opinion. If your players are constantly having to remember what NPC, oh, this enemy wants to kill us because of why again, and it's like, oh yeah, because he's this person's underling. So, but it's like, well, wait, we didn't, did we even interact with them? It's like, well, no, but we attacked them, so now they're angry, and it just becomes a thing. So yeah, you want to have a handful of enemy NPCs, but you don't want to have so many that your players get overbound by them. I'm gonna get another straight track with a train. Shit, I don't. All right, I'm gonna put this over here. All my tracks have trains already, and I don't want to throw another one on. Oh, this one doesn't actually. Yeah, we'll put that there. That's cool. Iggy imparts reminders, which is handy. Yeah, and that's another thing that you can do, you know, with allied NPCs, is you can use them. You can use them in a way, you know, as like a friendly reminder to your players when you either need to impart some guidance or some kind of, you know, some kind of steering point to your players. So if they forget stuff, or if there's, you know, a plot line that they're unsure of, you can use an NPC to very quickly kind of, you know, rein those moments in, and, you know, allow that NPC to just be that real quick reminder of like, oh yeah, you know, we still have this dragon that we have to deal with, and, you know, we want to make sure that you know, we kill him and deal with that before we really continue on and do anything more crazy. I'm so afraid to like look over here, because I think this is why my game crashed before, because like if I put a piece up here and those all turn white, I think that's what overloaded my PC last time. I don't want that to happen again. I want this to be like a little pawn here. All right. What type of hostile organizations would you like to see in the adventure? So the top one was cult. Then we have authorities of a nation, monstrous, and religious order. I think the last time I talked about this, I said cult and religious order are very much the same thing. You know, it's just a numbers game between a religion and a cult. I'm gonna see if this slows things down. No, okay, that's actually pretty manageable. What if I zoom in? Okay, that's actually still pretty good. Okay, if I zoom in, it's not a big deal. I think it's when everything goes white on the screen. I'm a little surprised there seems to be no limit. I don't think there is like a limit. I mean, if there is, I obviously have not hit it. But I know, like, when you're playing the normal game, you only have so many that you can place before you like game over and stuff. Oh, I don't like that there. Sure, why not? A little purple field. So yeah, I mean, I oftentimes lead towards cults. Unfortunately, while it is a bit cliche, cults are just super simple to pop in. They have while it is super cliche, they have very basic needs. You know, please their god, or, you know, please their supposed god. You know, most cults are filled with fanatics that think that their gods are talking to them. So, you know, their whole thing is that they're going to do whatever it is that their god supposedly tells them. So, and you can have it be anything you want. You know, you can have it be that you know, you need to shoot, I don't know, kill a bunch of people in order to sacrifice them to your god in order for them to come back to this world. Or, you know, in the case of the cult of the dragon, you know, we need to sacrifice so many people in order to perform this ritual that will appease Tiamat, the mother of dragons, and, you know, will rise her glory back to us once again. You know, whatever you got to do, kind of a thing. It's like, these are the simple things that you got to figure out. Like they're not huge deals that you got to sit there and manage, of like, why a cult's doing anything. It could literally just be, oh yeah, no, our god, you know, whatever deity or patron our cult follows, they just really hate civilization, and we're gonna put an end to it. You know, you can go as simple as that. It doesn't have to make sense, and that's actually one of the reasons why I think dropping a cult into a game works so easily. But truth be told, I have had people say that dropping a cult into a game is kind of lazy writing, because you don't really need to have a reason for their activities. You know, you want them to go out and, you know, murder the firstborn of every family in a 5-mile radius. Why? It's what their cult leader said to do. You know, it's pretty simple. You know, their cult leader, you know, if the party approaches the cult leader and, you know, inquires about why, you know, and they just, I saw it in a vision. I was told that they must perish, and if I did that, then I would receive the keys to the kingdom. And the rest of the party can just be like, okay, yeah, good, okay, no. Oh, I gotta put, I want to put like a solid water block there. You know where this needs to go? This needs to go over here. That's what. Shit, I wish I could put that. Oh, I'm gonna get a little boat soon. We already got 3 boats in there. We got a lot of boats in here. All kinds of boats. We only got 1 in here, but I'd have nowhere to put that unless I delete that. Oh wait, actually no, this is all connected. Never mind. I only have 1 boat up there, but I don't want to put that in there. This one's got a good number of boats. This doesn't have any boats. You're in right there, my friend. Look at that. You got your own little thing. Luckily, you aren't writing a book, but DMing a game. Well, honestly, I mean, even in books, there's plenty of plot holes. You know, you can just have, again, that's the cool thing about them being cults is you don't really, it's, you know, you don't really have to worry about it. It's just like, oh, it's, yeah, the crazy cult. You know, it's like their leader told them to do it. Why? I don't know. Because they're crazy. And you just leave it like that. It's simple, it's done, it's managed, and you know, your players will be mostly content with it. You know, some of them might be like, well, you know, they might be asking the questions of why do they want to do this, and you can just as easily shrug your shoulders and say, I don't know, they're a crazy cult, it's what they're doing. Oh, we're gonna come back. Oh yeah, look at that, oh yeah, big old farm here in the middle. Oh, what? Okay. Let's put that down there. I don't know how I feel about that. I want that to be open. All right. What type of friendly organizations? Common folk, rebels, knightly order, and the Wizard Academy, and criminals. Yeah, so commoners and common folk, that being the number one does not surprise me in the slightest. That's the people that your players are going to interact with the most at any given time. I mean, it's who you're out there saving. It's who you're going to meet when you go to, you know, a town or a city. That's the people you know, that's the people that are going to make up the whole crux of the adventure. D&D stream / current. Yeah, buddy. No, you're right. This game has been subsisting me. But beyond that, you know, after the common folk, which are going to be, you know, a lot of the people that your players are going to, you know, are going to interact with, you have criminals, knights, rebels, and wizards. Now let's look at what those pretty much are. So criminals and rebels could kind of go hand in hand. I'm gonna look at criminals as, or I'm gonna look at rebels as more freedom fighters than anything, and not, you know, not in like a not like just underhanded criminals. With that in mind, with criminal you have a rogue, knightly order you could have a cleric or a paladin, rebels you can have fighters, and wizard academy you're going to have mages. The reason why those are the 4 highest underneath common folk is because those are the people that your players are going to go to, one, because they have information and they can help them, but 2, it's because they align with them. It's who their classes are. The four basic classes are fighter, wizard, rogue, and cleric. That's exactly what these are. But it's good to be in touch with the criminal underground because it allows you to get stuff that you need without attracting too much attention from legal, from you know, the legal means. Knightly orders is generally going to be tied to some kind of nobility or royalty or something like that. So with that, you are getting power on your side. The rebels, you're going to get fighters. You're going to have people that are willing to fight and help you defend things. Nice, we got another little lake. But with that, you can kind of call upon them whenever you need it. You know, oh, we're going to fight, you know, we're going to fight this group of, you know, of cultists. Cool, call in the rebels. Like, let's see, you know, let's get them to help us. And then the Wizard Academy, a lot of players will align themselves, or at least be friendly with wizards and mages, because you can use their services. You need a spell cast because nobody in your party knows the knock spell, and you need to get into a treasure chest that you found. Cool, get a hold of a wizard. Let's head down to the local wizarding college. I'm sure some new wizard down there is gonna know the knock spell, and you know, we can give them, you know, 50 gold for it or something like that. You know, we'll drop a couple coins. Cool. Right there, you've covered your bases. I mean, beyond that, yeah, most of this kind of falls under similar guidance. Authorities of a nation, the military and naval, the nobles, and you know, those all kind of could fall in line with one another. Most people don't actually, I don't feel like most people would want to align with planers, and that's just because they're kind of flippant. You know, you don't align yourself with celestials and fays and fiends because they could just murder you just because, like, they really don't care. So they're not necessarily the most reliable. Not only that, they get very testy at times too. I gotta put some fucking tracks out here. I just realized that this little train here hasn't been able to move. He hasn't been able to start. Oh, sorry. I'll get you going, pal. Let me drop some houses. Ooh, we got some water. I'll be back. All right, what's the next one? What NPC alignment is best for interactions? Yeah, mostly good, mostly neutral. I don't. My opinion is I don't like. I don't like alignments. I don't like static alignments. So, kind of leaning away from that one. But you want your NPCs to be liked by your characters, and most games are going to have good characters for the most part. So you will probably want them to be good or at least neutral to allow your players to really, work with them. Oh, ooh, nice. We're gonna build a little village over here. Oh. Whew. And we got a new train track. Cool. Oh shit. I literally just said like, oh, little train, I'll get you moving up there, and I fucking just dropped the train track right there. Now I feel bad for him again. I know I have water over here. Yeah, I need to fill this out. All right, that's gonna curl up because I do want to fill this out in time with houses. Okay, there you go, little train. Yeah, you can move again. Where could use a straight piece of water? I don't have a need for one down here. I have so much water down here. I got this big water feature there. Got that shit. I guess over here is fine. Oh, that'd be rough. Yeah, that's fine. We'll have another train starting there. All right. What type of NPCs interaction would you like to have in the adventure? This is leaning towards negotiations, allying, fighting, and aiding them. Yeah, that goes in line with kind of everything we know about most players being heroes. Is they want to be friends with them, they want to work with them, but at the end of the day, if things go sour, they're willing to fight with them. So, I think that's pretty much expected. This little part of the forest is not connected with the big one. We gotta fix that now. Don't I have water here? Yeah, I do. Shit, like this is gonna be the edge of the forest. I could build a nice big water feature here. I could end this soon. Fuck, I keep forgetting that I want to go. There's so much going on in this world. I get so fixated on the areas that I'm in, and then I just forget about stuff. Oh, that's gonna be a rough spot to populate. Forget that I did that. All right. What type of allied NPC personalities are best to interact with? Loyal, honest, flamboyant, secretive, charming, and determined. Again, I think, I think I look at this and I think to myself, yeah, these are the best qualities that you want NPCs to have. These are the qualities that you want NPCs to have, and that is because these are the qualities you as players want each other to have. Holy shit. I've never had a track that is a 5-piece. Holy shit. That's crazy. Can I put that over here? Oh my god. I kind of want that like in here. This is also kind of like big and branchy. You know what? No, this guy's getting it. Fuck yeah. We'll dead end this one here in a bit, but that's a cool piece. Yeah, so like I was saying, loyal, honest, flamboyant, secretive, charming, determined. Those are all the qualities that most players most players want to exemplify. You know, they want to be those things, and therefore they obviously want their NPCs that they interact with to also have those qualities and traits, because it makes them more approachable, it makes them more, amenable. So I think, when you're working with something like this, having an NPC that could fit into the party is kind of a route that a DM should go with. Make them somebody that works with the party. You obviously want to have NPCs that are, that maybe are, less agreeable, that maybe are, not willing to. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have put. Ooh, I like that. We're gonna get rid of that. Oh, look at that little river. Look at that little lake. That's so cute. Like I said, you want to have NPCs that your players are going to want to work with, that they're gonna want to get along with. You can have those few NPCs that are, that are more harsh and less agreeable, and it allows you to have these people that disagree with the party, but at the end of the day, you want people that are going to want to work with the party. Oh, these little bendy waterways suck. Some better RP can come from trying to have a positive interaction with somebody you might not totally agree with, might not initially agree with. Yeah, and that's the thing. But that more comes with, letting them, still allowing them to be, they were determined, they were secretive, they were surely secretive about, about the reasons why they were doing it until they were approached. Like, they weren't out there snatching people up, letting everybody know why they're doing it. But they were, when you approach them, they said, hey, we're gonna feed them to the trolls, like, we need to protect ourselves. And once you guys help them out, you know, once you got past that initial point, they're loyal. You know, it's like, oh yeah, we'll help you. We'll give you the hand, and we'll do what we can to give you, you know, what aid we can offer. So yeah, secretive, suspicious, and vulnerable. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's, you know, you want to have a mixed bag. You know, you want to have these options that players can dig into, and, you know, find qualities with these characters that they like and qualities that they don't like, and, you know, play into them where you can. I guess we'll put that there. That is so fucking dangerous. Okay, we're gonna zoom in all the way. Whew. Try not to crash my computer again. All right. So, which classes would you prefer to see in the adventure as allies? Paladin / anti-paladin being the top, wizard, cleric, bard, and fighter. I think paladin kind of goes in line with wanting to see knightly order. That's pretty understandable. You know, you want to have somebody that has that oftentimes balances out what a party is lacking. And if we look at that classic kind of like, you know, standard adventuring party of it being, you know, a cleric, a rogue, a fighter, and a wizard, if you're gonna have a fifth player join that party, the best one to have is a paladin, because a paladin fulfills the roles of, you know, kind of all of that. So a paladin can be a spellcaster. A paladin can be a melee fighter. A paladin can be charismatic. So, you know, they can be the face of the party if they need to be. In fact, in my library game, the face of the party is a paladin. So that's, you know, that's kind of where that stuff comes in. Everybody kind of wants a paladin because they're extremely strong, and a lot of times because a paladin is going to be a part of some kind of knighthood or have some kind of connection with a more almost militaristic order, you might potentially have some allies that come with that. All right, what types of creatures would be best as allies? Civilized humanoids, dragons, fae, and uncivilized. Yeah, I mean, civilized humanoids cover so much of all the different creatures. It's kind of like the given. You know, civilized humanoids is going to be, you know, it's going to be your elves, your dragonborns, your halflings, humans, all of that. You know, it's going to be all the common race, but it's going to be goblins. It's going to be lizard folk. It's going to be well, you know what? We can actually just look and see, you know, look under the bestiary, under humanoid, and see what it shows. I mean, you can see with this already, like, literally pulling this up in here, we have all kinds of basic humanoids, which these are just going to be stuff like archer, apprentice wizard, and stuff like that, elf peddler, evoker wizard, you know, any race of stuff, alienist, anarch, apostle. But here you go. Bear folk, bullywugs. I mean, bullywugs wasn't even one I would have thought of, but bullywugs, changelings, deep gnomes. Yeah, gnomes in general. Dragonborn, elf drow, dwarves, more elves, gith. Yeah, gith Yankee, gith Zerai, gnolls, gnomes, goblins, goblinoids in general. Grung, half-elves, humans, you know, all kinds of humans. Kenku, kobold, Kuatoa, lizard folk. I mean, the list literally goes on. Like, literally goes on. Otter folk? Oh, that's adorable. So that's why this is going to be, you know, half of the people on this list are like, oh, you know, humanoids, because it's the majority of that list. You know, if we just filter this with humanoid, it's 1,000 entries is all the humanoids. So yeah, it's pretty understandable that would be the reason. All right. Oh, here we go. Which class would you prefer to see as enemies? Paladin, anti-paladin. Yeah, again, I think that's just because, you know, they're kind of a classic, you know, built in. So everybody's gonna have that, you know, that power hero fantasy, and paladins kind of fulfill that whenever you're fighting them. Oh, I wish I could just fill out this forest, but I want it to be more natural. I want there to be gaps and stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, I can put a little, yeah, water piece there. Nope, that's not gonna work. Where can I drop you? I don't have any open water along this side. I need to do something with this area. I'm gonna do water. I'm gonna put a water feature up here. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, we got a big forest patch. Ugh, screw him in. Oh, we got a nice little wooded jaunt. Oh, I don't want to put another one so close to there. I'll put you over here. And then you'll be like that. Shit, that has water too. That's fine. I need a short round piece there. Same as there. Oh my god, another water and track feature. Seriously? And I can't even put it in there. I couldn't put it in there either. I can put it there. That kind of sucks. That's as good as I can probably do. Unless I connect, that's a hell of a track that I'd have to make. Oh well, we're going for it. All right. So, what type of enemy NPC personalities are best for interaction? Scheming, 100%. Yep. Seductive, determined, yeah, but scheming, you know, you want your NPCs to always be thinking. You want your NPCs to be intelligent and to have, you know, a plan in mind, to constantly be, you know, thinking of their next step and planning out how they're going to deal with whatever the players are going to throw at them. So you want them to be scheming to some degree. Oh. Am I gonna make a little like singular water feature there? I think maybe I am. Aw. Damn it. Oh well. I actually don't want that to come straight out. I kind of want that to be like a big water feature. So we'll move this around. We'll lock this little, you know, couple small places in here, and we'll surround the whole thing with water. Ooh, where do I need another area? I need right there. Easy peasy. Seriously. Another fucking railroad. I wonder if I can wrap that around and get it to connect with it like down here. Huh. We'll see. You know what? Actually, I don't like that I put it that way. I want these houses to be on the outside. Sorry about that. For those that don't know, I have 2 dogs, and my one dog likes to chase after things, and there was apparently a raccoon on our front porch that was getting into some bird seed. Well, Dova didn't take too kindly to that. So he made it his point to chase him away. And yeah, just kind of got everyone worked up over the fact that it was a raccoon. So yeah, but he's it's all good. He didn't get bit or nothing, and raccoon's gone, so that's all that matters. It's just, you know, when your mother starts screaming about you know, calling for the dogs that she just let outside, and you can hear out of your one window the sound of your dog snarling and growling and snapping at something, you know there's a bit of an issue. So, but issue resolved. Yeah, so back to what we were talking about. What class should enemy spellcasters be? The top 3 being Warlock, Wizard, and Sorcerer. Let's be honest. The reason for those being as number 1 as they are is simply for the fact that it's those are the classes, those are the wizard class, or the mage classes that get the most spell slots. Those are the mages that are going to be able to sling the most spells and have some of the more damaging spells. So that's really why that one's going to be our the top, is just mostly because of utility. You know, Ranger, meh. You're not going to use a Ranger for spell casting. You're going to use a Ranger if you want to, you know, pose a party against somebody that's tracking them, you know, through the wilderness. One of the characters that my library group has interacted with, he's, you know, I don't build any of my NPCs as actual classes. Like I don't give them a or like an actual character sheet stat block or anything like that. But the one character that that group does interact with, he actually has some of the abilities that a ranger gets. He has roving, which allows him to move faster. He can sense. He has primal awareness, so where he can sense things within a certain radius. So those are like little things that you can give to an NPC that you want to pose a little bit more of a threat. You can give them, you know, class-like abilities. You really never want to give an NPC full-on like class statistics, or like give them a class stat block, because the game's just not balanced to play like that. So you know what, actually I'm gonna move this. We're gonna put this there. We're gonna delete that one I put there because I kind of want this to come down and around, connect into this bigger one. Ooh, have a nice little pond. Or we can build this out. This would be so cool to like make this whole area water and just like keep building water out. Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. It's kind of like this one. Like, I kept thinking to myself, like, oh, this is gonna be like a huge metropolis and stuff, but I then decided, like, no, I want this to be a lake. I think I might expand out a little bit more buildings in here, but like, I think once I get to about this level, I'm just gonna do a full-on water feature, and I'm gonna have it be like a giant lake that kind of comes up and around this whole area. That would be sick. All right, let's. Where can I put this? Where do I need to put? Actually, it needs to go right down here. Pop you in right there. Cool. All right. What school of magic should enemy spellcasters rely on most? Necromancy, evocation, and conjuration. So let's think about why. Okay, why are those the top three? Well, necromancy is because it's zombies. You know, having undead, undead creatures like zombies, they don't just die instantly. So you can introduce a necromancer and give them some abilities that allow them to keep coming back and keep adding into their forces. And in a way, I kind of keep glazing over, but I don't know what anti-paladin means. One who was a paladin but changed. So so if you think about what a paladin is, a paladin is going to be somebody who took an oath of good. This is going to be somebody who is lawful, somebody who is, because what you want to think of is in more of the classical sense of what paladin is. So paladin is somebody who takes an oath that is generally going to be lawful to a major degree. An anti-paladin is going to be more like an oath breaker, somebody who has broken their oath, somebody who has turned to essentially a vow of evil. So if we pull up in here, we'll oh shoot, I lost the page. There we go. Now keep in mind, this is for Pathfinder. This is their explanation. Anti-paladin is a rare occurrence. Paladins do sometimes stray from the path of righteousness. Many of these wayward holy warriors seek out redemption and forgiveness for their misdeeds, regaining their powers through piety, charity, and powerful magic. Yet there are others, the dark and disturbed few, who turn actively to evil, courting the dark powers they once railed against in order to take vengeance on their former brothers. It's said that those who climb the furthest have the farthest to fall, and anti-paladins are living proof of that fact. Their pride and hatred blinding them to the glory of their forsaken patrons. So again, this, if we look back to subclasses, let's pull up the paladin here, and we are going to look at the Oathbreaker. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the Oathbreaker, and you're like, well, I've never seen this before. What is an Oathbreaker? Don't actually be surprised. The funny thing is, if you look at the player's handbook for the original subclasses for a paladin, you'll notice something very particular. So let's click View Entire Book, and we're gonna jump down to classes. this seriously not listed? Okay, so we're gonna go to Beyond for this. Beyond will actually have the book as it is. Sources, Player's Handbook. So right here, classes, Paladin. So everything that comes with being a Paladin. And when we jump down here to Sacred Oaths, come on, we have the Oath of Devotion, we have the Oath of the Ancients, and we have the Oath of Vengeance. These were the first 3 oaths that a Paladin would take. But if you jump over into the DMG, there is something a little different. And let us let's see real quick what page it's on, because I actually forget. 97. All right, so here we go. Yeah, villainous class options. So Paladin Oathbreaker. An Oathbreaker is a paladin who breaks his or her sacred oath to pursue some dark ambition to serve an evil power. Whatever light burned... Oh, there we go. Whatever light burned in the paladin's heart has been extinguished. Only darkness remains. A paladin must be evil and must be at least 3rd level to become an Oathbreaker. The paladin replaces the specific feature to his or her sacred oath with the Oathbreaker features. So here's the thing about this. This is why it's in the DMG, because the original designs of paladins used to be you had to be good in order to be a paladin. They made it so that if you were evil and you did things that were against the tenets of your paladinic order, so just for example, let's pull up the oath of let's look at the oath of God damn fly, Oath of Ancients. So if I'm playing an Oath of Ancients paladin, one of my tenets is to kindle the light, shelter the light, preserve your own light, and be the light. So to be the light, you need to be a glorious beacon for those that live in despair, letting your light and joy and courage shine forth in all your deeds. Show acts of mercy, kindness, and forgiveness. If I'm playing an Oath of Ancients paladin and I start doing things that are vengeful, deceitful, if I start just killing and mercilessly destroying, that's going against my oath as a paladin. The Oathbreaker is the result of that. The Oathbreaker is what a DM can then impose onto their players in order to say, hey, you have overstepped your bounds. The deity that you have aligned yourself with, whatever deity has given you their power in order for you to live this life, is taking that back. Okay? Because when you're a paladin, you're not necessarily belonging to a religion, but you are getting your power from a divine source. Okay? It's basically like, hey, these are the things that I exemplify, and these are the things that I wish to bring into this world. And there's a paladin, or there's a divine being out there that's like, yeah, I like that. I like this human, or I like this adventurer. You are going to get access to my powers. And that's how it works. But when you break that, this is what you become. So you suddenly get the ability to raise the dead. You get to focus dark emotions into magical bursts to frighten creatures. An aura of hate that allows you to deal extra damage. Gaining resistance to damage. So that's what an anti-paladin is. It's a paladin that has broken their oath, or has from the beginning taken an oath that is morally corrupt. So because paladins are good, they have an anti. Warlocks make a vow, and so do clerics, but no anti. Yeah, so again, it kind of goes more in line with like the classical sense of it. Most paladin orders are going to be just in some way. Like for example, if we just look at the official wait, no, not most recent. I want how can I actually filter this? Okay, actually, that's actually an easy way to do it. So if you look at all these blue ones, because those are all the official ones technically, then Ancients is about keeping the light. Conquest is about let's turn all of these off. Can I click this? Yes. So Conquest, the tenets of Conquest is to actually have a strength in numbers thing. It's about being commanding and stopping evil before it has a chance to be evil. But basically all the official ones, you know, crown, glory, devotion, where we at? We got OpenC. OpenC is technically one of them. Redemption, no, not storms. Vengeance, Watchers, and yeah, Ancients. All of these are going to be some kind of lawful endeavor. They're not going to be evil or corrupt, but you can lose that. So, Lucas, I did a thing. Oh no! What did you do?
Opening the fish tin trinket. As an action, you can use this tin to summon a friendly plesiosaurus within an unoccupied space of 90 feet.
Okay.
I'm putting it next to the manic, and it's now a battle of the prehistoric beasts.
Lucas is like, what the fuck? How can I not make this happen right now?
He can't, because him and I discussed this, and we agreed that the tin is recharged once a day. And the only time I used it was about 2 days per opening the fish tin trinket. As an action, you can use the tin to summon a friendly plesiosaurus.
So yeah, oh man. Hold on. I wanna put this up. We're gonna do this. Just for the moment, I want to see it in all its. I want to see this in all its glory because it was really small on my side.
Within an unoccupied space, opening the fish tin trinket. As an action, you can use this tin to summon a friendly plesiosaurus. Within an
Hold on. Okay, you know what? Let's use this moment. Let's use this moment as a teaching moment to you know, let's here. Oh wait, press the wrong thing. Okay, we're gonna go full screen, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna crop this down, and we're gonna watch. You're gonna watch the breaking point of a DM.
The fish tin trinket. As an action, you can use this tin to summon a friendly plesiosaurus.
Right there. That, you know, that pursed lip, that slight, you know, adjustment of the head.
Within an unoccupied space of 90 feet.
And then, you know, it's the gears are turning. Everything's moving in my head of what have I done to myself? What have I given to my player that he is now screwing me with?
Okay. I'm putting it next to the mammoth, and it's now a battle of the prehistoric.
Quickly having to pull up the plesiosaurus stat block in order to you know, put it in there. And the realization of what happened.
How can I not make this happen right now?
He can't, because him and I discussed this, and we agreed that the tin is recharged once a day. And the only time I used it was about 2 days per opening.
The exasperated sigh. Oh man. What a moment, you know, what a moment to be a part of. I mean, hey, you know what? It's just the reality. It's just the reality of being a DM is your players are gonna do shit that you never expect. You're not gonna see it coming, and you can't prepare for everything. And that's the bottom line, folks. That's the bottom line, you know. You can't prepare for everything. The most that you can do is hope and pray that when your players do something dumb like that, that you'll just be able to roll with it. To just move on and accept your lot in life. Like I have had to. Oh, but what a fun moment. What a fun moment. It did. It took me a couple minutes to like, it took me a good minute to like wrestle with the fact that this was happening. You know, it's, you know, being that it's an item, you know, it's not something that I can, you know, I wouldn't have had the ability to counterspell. I didn't have any creatures that could counterspell anyway. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, this is an item feature. Like I couldn't counter it if I wanted to. You know, this is happening one way or the other, so I might as well just, you know, brace my ankles and prepare for what is to come. I literally just put a train up here, and I could put another one now. I only have 2 on this one, and this one's actually a pretty sizable one, so you know what? We're gonna continue this little Trifork here. Just a Pokemon trainer, so many Pokemon normal things. Yeah, that's about it. But you know what? It makes them happy. And it's fun. And isn't that what D&D is all about? It's about having fun with your friends, doing crazy shit that can't happen in real life. And at the end of the day, I was the one that gave him that item. I was the one that empowered him, you know, with those class features. And I'm happy, you know, that he used them, because it's here's the dilemma that, you know, DMs have. You want your players to succeed. There's no reason to actually play if you don't want your players to succeed. Okay, if you're ever in the role to DM and you sit there and piss and moan that you're, you know, or about how you want to like kill your players and shit like that, in my opinion, you're actually a bad DM. Because at the end of the day, you should want your players to succeed. You should want your, you know, you should want your players to have fun. And, you know, that's what I got to see in that moment. You know, I got to see one of my friends doing something cool with some shit that I empowered him with, and you know, we got to have a good laugh over it. And you know, if that item in that moment wouldn't have been used, hey, you know, we wouldn't have some content right now. So I'm happy. I'm happy when I can help in those moments. You know what? I want one of these little pathways. I have an idea for right here. Oh, this is gonna be sick. I want to connect this railroad track up here with this one. So I'm gonna have this kind of come out and then cross over and go up, because I think that would be cool. All right, so after that lovely little interlude, bring this back. There we go. I also need a drink. All right. So, what type of creatures are the best arch villains? Avatar / deity, dragon, and civilized human, humanoid. Those are obviously going to be the tops, and that's just because civilized humans can be people like, you know, can be people like nobles, they can be merchants, they can be cultists, they can be all kinds of, you know, all kinds of enemies. But you know, avatars and deities, if you are going the cult route, a lot of times that's going to end up with you with the players facing off against, you know, against the cult leader, you know, against the deity that was in charge of everyone. So something like that makes a lot of sense to have it in play when it comes to the arch enemy. You know, who's the one pulling the strings? You know, it's going to be some kind of patron or some kind of deity. It's their hero story, not a fight with the DM. I do see a lot of DMs asking, how do I stop my PC from blank? It's often over items and abilities they gave. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. There are a lot of DMs out there that give their PCs some kind of ability that they don't think about. You know, that whenever they're talking to their players about it, they don't really think about, you know, how deeply it could be used, or how could it be abused, you know, or what about it could be, could be used in a way that you're not expecting. You know, these are things that as a DM you do have to consider on a regular basis, of like, you know, if I give my player the Helm of Telepathy, you know, they're going to be super stoked because now they have telepathy. But what does that mean for me as the DM? Well, that means that now I can never, you know, now I really can't run a, you know, something that breaks up the party and makes them have to, you know, figure things out separately from one another. You know, if you give your party a weapon of warning, you can't do ambushes anymore. You know, or if your party, if your players have an elf, or they have a warforged or anything, or they have a warlock with the Pact of the Moon invocation, where they don't need to sleep, and therefore any one of those characters is always going to be up and about whenever they're taking a long rest, and so you're not really going to have that opportunity to ambush them. But guess what? You're the DM. You can, you know, it is their job to take on that role of, you know, like, we want to do the things that are going to be making the enemy's job harder. So yeah, why wouldn't you take those abilities? Why wouldn't you look for those items and take them where you can? That's exactly what they should be doing, because if they are, they're thinking well, they're thinking like those, you know, those heroes should be. But, you know, how do you still ambush your characters when somebody has a weapon of warning? So let's pull it up. Yeah, I knew this was gonna be a long list. Yeah. So this magic weapon warns you of danger. While it's on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet can't be surprised, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. This weapon, yeah, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. The weapon magically awakens you and your companions within range if any of you are sleeping naturally when combat begins. Well, guess what? Have your character have the enemy that you want to use against that, have them carry an anti-magic ring or something of that kind. Okay? But you shouldn't just drop that stuff in just because. That's one of the fallacies of being a DM. If you introduce a ring of anti-magic that your players have to contend with because you feel jilted over the fact that they're beating your enemies, you're just being vindictive. Like, you are the DM. You actually have every power and authority within your being to just suddenly make items not work. And most DMs don't want to do that. Most DMs wouldn't just want to say, like, you go to use your staff of fire, and as you conjure a fireball, it fizzles out and nothing happens. That's gonna freak that player out. And they're gonna wonder why suddenly their magic item isn't working. And you could build it into the story, but if you're doing that just because that player used their staff of fireballs to, like, kill an enemy that you had spent 3 weeks prepping and planning for in one shot because they shot a fireball at it, well, guess what? Next time, make an enemy that has fire resistance. Plain and simple. Don't be a dick to your players just because you didn't plan well. Where can I put this? I need some railway pieces. That's actually what I need. I actually do want this down here. No, that's fine. I mean, yeah, tangents. That's all this stream is. So it's a full stream of tangents. All right. What should be the main motivation of the archvillain? Power and dominance. Yeah, that's the classic. They want some kind of power. There's something that they're trying to exude over. Power and dominance is a very simple, easy way to go about it. And it just works. I'm gonna save that spot right there for a windmill when I get one. I'll eventually get one, and it'll be a nice little addition there. Where do I have tracks? Oh yeah, I want to put this. There we go. Building up that zigzag right there. We're gonna put that. Ooh, perfect. Just what I was looking for. Oh, nice, 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 nice water. Oh, I want to build this out so much, but I know I want to build this first. You know what, actually, I almost want to like snag pieces and build there. This doesn't feel right. Damn. Actually got some good pieces for that little corner there. Oh, wait. Oh, that'll be sick. I can have this come out. It'll connect up into the corner there, and this will go out. Oh, that'll be nice. And then I can have water here, like keeping that. Oh, that'll be pretty sick. We're gonna go back all the way over here. All right. What kind of weakness should the arch villain have, if any? Madness, emotional, and curse being the tops. I wish trains were easier to see on the zoomed out whole map. I know it's a bit hard to see. I just look for their chimney stacks, or the little exhausts that they put out. Because when you're kind of like zooming over that, there's only a handful of buildings that have those. In my mind, those are factories. But if you look for the ones that move, you can very quickly, pull them out from that, because the trains move considerably faster than the boats. So the boat smokestacks are going to be a lot closer together, whereas the trains are moving a lot faster. So you can, when you're kind of like looking at an area that has a lot of trains, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's how, at least that's how I pick them out, Ooh, I gotta close that little land off. Oh, more of the tracks? Yeah, I get that. Yeah, the tracks do kind of blend in. That's actually why I actually think they, like, even though they stand out more against the green background, I actually like them more in the ashlands, because I feel like the silver of the tracks stands out against the gray of the background, at least to me. Damn. Haven't got any ashlands. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know it was a bit before I got them. Like, when I started building, I started in and around this area. These were like my first couple plots. And I went this way more. And you like started going down this way whenever the game finished. So it was a while before I started getting some like bigger ashlands, but they're so spotty across the area. All right, should the adventure include sections that deal with weakening an overly powerful arch villain? Yes, multiple tasks with multiple outcomes. I think that goes with really any kind of adventure. You know, you want there to be, you know, some force that you are looking to stop, and you know, you have to do X, Y, and Z in order to stop them. And if you don't, like if you mess up and you allow this one thing to happen, you know, they're going to retain some of their power and they're going to be stronger when you go to fight them. You know, this is the thing about, especially whenever you look at cults. Hey, the cult's trying to do, you know, X, Y, and Z. If you don't stop them, you know, they're going to succeed in whatever their plan is. So, you know, you might have it being 5 things. Well, if the players don't stop whatever, you know, whatever it is they're doing, when they go to face off against that villain in the very end, you know, if they missed 2 things, if that villain was allowed to do 2 things within the scope of the adventure, it's very possible that now they're not fighting at 100%, but they're fighting at 40% of of where they could have been. So, what if idea, do a sandbox for this for 1 month, then at the very end see what you have and make it a map for a campaign. It's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I don't necessarily know if I would make like the whole thing for a campaign, but I could see doing this for a month, building out this map, and then, you know, at the very end, you know, dropping it into something like Dungeon Draft or something like that, and you know, mapping, or like Wonder Draft, and drafting it up in there, because I wish, I will say this, I wish that I could get this in top down. Like, I wish I could hold, like, you know, mouse and middle button and, you know, adjust the height up, or if I could go into the menu and actually get like a top-down view of it. Biome configuration, oh, that's right, yeah. Fjord, is that what that is? Hold on, I want to see if I can figure out what that is. I'm gonna look at something real quick. Dwarf romantic fjord tile. I'm sorry, what? Hold the fuck on. There's more biomes than what I have. The biomes rewarded for the first 5 tiers will be at... Damn it. No, G Fuel. Will be at random, but the Sakura biome is always your reward for the 6th and final tier. It's exclusive to the Nintendo Switch. Okay, so what am I missing? I'm missing Enchanted and Midwinter? Okay, I have that one, definitely. Or no, I don't. Oh, wait, yes, I do. Okay, so that's definitely that. I have that because that's like the darker, you know, the darker amber colors. I definitely have that. That's what I call Ashland. I don't have that. That has to be Sakura because those trees are pink. That is the Enchanted, and that's Midwinter. Holy shit! There are 7 biomes, and I have 4. But I could get 6. Put down 1,500 tiles in total. Each time you complete a tier of this challenge, challenges can be viewed from... Oh, what the fuck? Hold the fuck on. Counter these challenges, build towers. Form a body of water with at least 60 segments. Holy dick. So I'm straight up missing. I'm straight up missing other biomes that I could have had at this point. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave this. I know which one this is. This was my very first one. We're gonna jump over into classic because that's where the challenges are. The landscaper challenges. So this right here. Oh my god. All right, well, that's what we're doing. I mean, that other one's still gonna be there, obviously. It'll always be there. We're gonna do this. So, all right. What type of followers should the arch villain have? Loyal subjects, hordes of minions, a familiar. Yeah, that's... Everybody wants those because they're just going to be fodder. They're going to be good things that you can just throw your players at. And... You know, hordes of minions gives you a lot of encounter options. It gives you some variety. Yeah, you could have a trusty mount for your, you know, for your arch villain. Have them riding in and out on style. Feels so weird starting up a new one and having such a small area to work with. That's crazy. How's it? Oh, that's why. All right. What type of creatures are the best followers? Civilized humans. Yeah, they're they're gonna think, they're gonna act and behave, and they're easy enough to play for any DM out there. So, civilized humans. You know, I agree with that in my book. Yeah, that's how I would play it. No, I shouldn't. Yeah, okay. I'm still good. Trees. Good. I can keep building that out. What? Oh. How is that? Oh, that's because that connects to there. Okay. Okay, this is the thing about challenge mode, is that you got to be very particular about where you're placing these things. All right. Magic. What schools of magic do you enjoy the most? Personally, for me, it's evocation. Evocation is the best. It's the more damagey dealing one. So it's going to be the one that, you know, I pick up the most as a DM. You know, it's where I'm going to give the most challenge to my players, because it's going to be stuff like fireballs. It's going to be your healing magics. Definitely the route that I go on most cases whenever it comes to how I run my games. All right. Which would bring more excitement in your opinion? When a certain aspect of magic is hindered, when a certain aspect of magic is facilitated in a specific way, or leave magic alone? Yeah. I think all of them are fine. You know, that's one of those things where a lot of people don't like whenever magic is messed with, because it just adds more complications, you know, to be honest. Magic can already be fairly difficult in itself, and when you start adding more stuff that you have to do, or that your players have to, you know, remember whenever dealing with magic, it just adds a lot more headaches, you know, depending on what the mechanics you're wanting to build in are. So in my opinion, you should just generally leave magic alone. I kind of have like some insight into this, because I tried building up a mechanical system at one time that was supposed to be a more like challenging magic system, where the whole purpose of it was that you would have to practice your spells. And you would have to practice your spells, and it was only until you passed like Arcana checks that you could actually cast it. And as I was posting that online, people were like, you know, going out and adventuring is literally them, you know, learning to cast their spells. So why are you penalizing them? And I was like, you know what? I didn't think of it that way. So very quickly pulled back on that whole idea and mechanic. Oh, look at that. That has everything. Oh, it's not perfect. That was really close. I'm gonna put you right there. Oh, we need you connected to houses? Yes. You connected to trees? Yes. Not sure which is my favorite school of magic, mostly because I don't know the difference well enough. Well, they're actually, I mean, they're very different, but it's actually pretty easy to, you know, think about the differences. So, abjuration is magic that protects. So, abjuration magic is going to be stuff that will defend you against other magics. Abjuration will defend you from harm. It will defend you from, like, enemy spellcasters' divination spells. So if you want to make sure that nobody can read your mind, you want abjuration. It's stuff like shield of faith, you know, these very classic defensive spells. So when you think of abjuration, think of protection magic. That's what it is at its core. Come on. Yeah, we'll do it there. So up next, conjuration. Think of the root word there, conjure. You are calling something to you. You are conjuring something. So what quest fulfilled. Nice. So when you're a conjurer, or when you know, are practicing conjuration magic, everything that you're doing is about drawing something to you, or you know, creating something out of nothing to bring it to you. So conjuration is basically what Gerard is in Icewind Dale. He is able to conjure animals to him. That's why the spells like conjure animal are named what they are. But with that definition of conjure animal, it also is in line with other spells like teleport. With teleport, you are, you know, conjuration magic is moving something from one place to another. So conjuration magic in that regard is moving yourself from one place to another. So when you cast teleport, you are conjuring yourself, essentially. Do I have a challenge for other tracks? Not yet. This is gonna go that way. I can't close that in yet. Oh, that sucks. I need to, like, break this off, but I don't know if that's gonna break the challenge if I put one there now, because it's technically done. I don't know. This is why that's why classic mode is very challenging. This is gonna go over here. Oof. Okay, that's good. All right, so divination. This is if you want an easy way to remember what divination magic does, think of like a priest or some kind of somebody who is a fortune teller being told something by their god. Divination magic is magic that reveals secrets. Oh good, that isn't gonna affect anything bad here. Awesome. So when you have divination, that is going to be spells. Divination magic is going to be spells like scrying. It's going to be spells like legend lore, where you're able to gain information by casting the spell. So that's the main build and design of divination magic. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna put you over here so I can keep going out that way. Enchantment is going to be your ability to enchant others. There's actually sometimes some confusion on enchantment, because a lot of people, whenever they hear enchantment, they sometimes think to themselves like enchanting items. But enchantment is about your ability to charm, frighten, and change people's minds and influence them. So nice. I got another beaver lodge. What do I have? Oh, I have yeah. Music stopped for a second. It scared me. Thought my computer was crashing again. Oh boy. Hold on. Where does this look like? Oh, that's getting dangerous. I need to turn that like that. What does that want? Oh, I need 5. Yeah. Evocation is the most basic one. Evocation magic is the magic of energy. It's about bringing energy into the world. That is oftentimes going to be your damage dealers. That's going to be the ones that are like your fireball. That's going to be firebolt, lightning bolt, ray of frost. All of those are evocation because it's about bringing in energy. What we got next? Illusion is exactly what it is. It's about tricking the mind. So while that is kind of like some of your classic illusions of like creating sounds like minor illusion, prestidigitation, and stuff like that, really it's anything that can obscure or hide the truth about stuff. In fact, it's why divination is the opposite of it, is because divination is all about revealing the truth. Illusion's all about hiding the truth. Oh. We're gonna put you right there. So we're gonna get another perfect here in a second. Why? Oh, you need fucking 14, you piece of shit. Bam, another perfect. Look at those points stacking up, baby. Yeah. $16. That's too many. That's also too many. What the dickety do? That's not good. I don't want to have to start another one. Fuck. That's way too many there. Fuck. All right, well, we're gonna start one down here. Yeah, we're gonna back up that forest a bit. All right. Necromancy. Necromancy is exactly, you know, everyone knows what necromancy is. So that is the school of magic that is about, technically it's more about instilling life into things that are lacking of it. So it is about, it's about negative energy. It's about providing life. That's kind of actually what the design of it was. Initially, back in the day, stuff like healing word was actually a necromancy spell because you were putting life back into something. So it's not that way anymore, but that's at least how it started. Fuck, 17? Damn, son. Oh, shit, yeah. I like affecting the elements and HP boosting. Well, I mean, affecting the elements could really be anything. In a lot of cases, it's going to be, like, if you're talking about, like, really affecting the elements, if we look at weather control, it's transmutation, which is our last one that we are on. And that is because transmutation magic is the magic which changes the state of matter and material. So transmutation magic is all about taking something from one state and putting it into another. So that would be like bark skin. You're literally changing your skin from flesh to bark. Or, you know, like weather control, you're changing the weather. If it's something where you're changing the state of it as it is currently, that's oftentimes going to be transmutation magic. Oh, that could connect out there, but that could also connect right here. Clear up this corner. Nice. Yeah, let's put that there. So first I was thinking conjuration for affecting elements. Well, again, it kind of depends on like to what degree, like if you're saying affecting elements, you know, are you saying that as in regards to like affecting like you know, creating fire or like pushing the wind and stuff like that? Because obviously fireball, firebolt, lightning bolt and stuff like that, that's all going to be evocation. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, gust of wind is also evocation. Again, that's about putting energy into stuff. So that's in general what you're going to get whenever you're doing evoking, is you are putting energy into a system. And with that energy, you are creating some effect. Fuck. Damn it. I'm gonna put that there. Put that there. little houses. Sick. Ooh, more water. You're gonna go there. Bam. Building out. Okay, big waterway. Very nice. Good train tracks. To connect that to here. That connects those, which is great. Problem is, I just need to expand that out further. All right. Sorry, I keep getting distracted now that I'm in challenge mode. Oh, sorry, what is that? All right, which would bring more excitement in your opinion? We already talked about that one. I think magic should just be left alone. Do you enjoy the when a specific use of magic do you enjoy when a specific use of magic use is modified in an adventure, such as teleportation, divination, and healing, etc.? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. I don't mind whenever a DM, would take those kind of liberties in fleshing out the world beyond the standard status quo. It's always going to be something where if a DM allows it, it's fine. I think though that if you are going to introduce mechanics that kind of change how different systems work, like if you're going to allow an alteration to healing or something like that, it definitely needs to be something that is very clear and apparent to your players. You don't want your players stumbling across, the fact that magic or some kind of established magic doesn't work in a way that they're not expecting. That's really the only, piece of advice / information I could really give to that is, make sure that if you are changing things as a DM, that you are clear and apparent with your players. Homebrewing stuff is something that I do fairly often, and it's one of those things where when I go to change something, I always make sure that I approach my players about it and say like, hey, this is something that I'm considering. This is how it would change and be affected. This is how we're going to do it for a bit, just to see how things work and how we like it. So just got to be upfront and, you know, honest with your players about that kind of stuff. Shit, I want to go this way. So we're going to go this way. Train track. I can start a little forest there. Oofa. So look at that. Now that is a hell of a forest tile. That's a hell of a forest tile. That's not gonna happen. Because even down here, I don't even have that much. And I'm running out of tiles. Oh, there we go. All right. Let us try again. So we placed 260. Where are we at so far in our rewards? Shit, I need to place another 300 or 228 to get to the next biome. Damn. All right. Seriously? I fucking hate train tracks so early. And water. God damn. Yeah, no, that's going up there. Forest is going to be over here. Housing is going to be up here. Fucking obnoxious. Oh my god. This is gonna be a rough one. I can tell. All right. Oh, good. We can just block that one off. All right. So, back to what we were talking about. Do you enjoy when a specific source of magic is modified in an adventure, such as divine, arcane, items, innate? Yeah. I mean, again, it's kind of one of those things where I don't mind it. I do it all the time. Not rogues. I was gonna say rogues. Warlocks are not really supposed to be able to communicate with their patron on near the level that I allow my warlocks to talk to them. Like, in most cases, warlocks are supposed to be able to communicate with their patrons you know, through rituals and stuff like that, that they're supposed to get these, like, you know, these strange whispers on the winds, not, you know, not usually where, you know, oh, let's, you know, we'll perform a ritual and we'll sacrifice all of these bodies, and, you know, oh, here comes our, you know, here comes the patron. So, you know, I do a lot of times, you know, adjust that stuff, because I adjust it to the wants and needs of my players, where I try and make it interesting. I try and make it something where, you know, we can work together to facilitate the kind of adventure that they want. So if my players try communicating with their patron, and that is represented, you know, and that's represented in the game by their patron showing up and, you know, aiding them in whatever situation they're in, then so be it. That's how I'm doing it. Suddenly P5 come in contact with gods on a regular basis. Well, so the thing to consider is that Charon is not a god in the classical sense. So within P5, Charon's rule is in line with his role in other, like, historical notions. He is the ferryman of the dead. So he is very powerful and has domains. He has, like, you know, he has certain influence, but to say that Charon is a god would technically be misleading, because, you know, he kind of works with the gods and is the one boating everyone who died to their respective domains. So, you know, when a dwarf finds their end in battle, he's the one, you know, whisking them away to, you know, to Morden's retreat and stuff like that. So, but at the end of the day, you know, he technically does not have a divine domain, you know, or anything like that. But what he, you know, but you guys have, you guys did come into contact with the spirits and essences of two very specific gods, two gods that are aligned with people that were within your party at that time. You know, that was a thing. Also, Luna and Albina. Well, okay, yep, and that was the other thing. When you guys found that lunar shrine, that was a way to connect. That was a way to connect with one of the gods. So by you know, by interacting with that shrine and praying, you were able to connect with the power of those gods. How it manifests and the aid that they are able to offer, you know, one could question in that moment, were you actually conversing with that god? You know, did you actually, like, were you actually speaking with that god, or were you having, you know, some kind of divine vision? You know, you touched that, you know, you touched the shrine. All of a sudden you have this grand divine vision, and, you know, now, you know, that's how your brain is processing that information. You know, is it actually that you know, that was the actual goddess Saloon? I mean, you can have in your mind that it was, but you know, it could still be questioned what it was. One does question, but only know what they saw, but not just at the shrine. Not sure what you mean by not just at the shrine. Put this. That right there. I'm gonna put that there, and we're gonna put this here. Nope. I want that to go that way. Sat in the middle of the again. That's one of those things. You know, when Iluna was, you know, when Iluna was had gone through a very strong, stressful moment. You know, she called out to, you know, she called out to this divine force that she knows, and in that moment she gets, you know, she gets some kind of divinity put upon her. Again, it's, you know, it's to whatever her belief system is. You know, if in that moment she believes that was the literal you know, saloon or Sahanin Moonbow that was, you know, that was speaking to her and was providing her with life guidance and allowing, you know, the bonding of souls, then awesome. Then that is exactly what, you know, what she can believe. It's again always up to personal interpretation with that stuff in game. I mean, and I'm just saying, I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here, so. Albina's encounter with Iggy, which she just saw. And again, with that one, you know, what is to say that, you know, was actually, you know, what's to actually say that was actually Tempest? You know, in that moment, Albina drew upon power and forces that she has never employed in her life. In that moment, she reached out and called upon a force that she has a belief in, and from that force, Iggy was okay. So we obviously know that in that moment Iggy survived, but do we actually know definitively? I mean, again, out of game we actually do, but it's the thought of, do we actually know definitively, was that, you know, actually Albina reaching out to a divine source and getting some kind of divine intervention in order to resolve an issue she had? Or was it possibly that Iggy was, that in that moment Iggy was fried, but through, you know, but and when Iluna and you looked back and saw him and saw that he was, you know, saw that he was zapped and saw that he was fried, could it possibly be that, you know, Albina saying that prayer and calling out to her god, was that actually her instilling some kind of divinity? Or could that simply be Iggy was actually fine? It was there was all kinds of wind and rock and debris flying around at that point. So Iluna and you could have misseen, you know, that Iggy was dead. And in that moment, when Albina called upon the power of her god, you know, she, you know, something within her caused her to just collapse. And, you know, it just so happened to be in that moment that Iggy recovered himself. And again, we all know the truth. You know, Albina called upon the power of Tempest, and Tempest, you know, Tempest chose to answer, but gave her an ultimatum. You know, he performed the task for which she requested, but in that moment she, you know, or he, sorry, in that moment Tempest also, you know, made a calling upon her. So plays into atheist and agnostic notions. Was it a god or a illusion? Yeah, you know, and that's very much it. Now, and again, I stand by that. I stand by the notion that an atheist in a D&D setting is basically a flat earther in any other setting. You know, that's to me the reality. If you're an atheist in the world of D&D, you are a flat earther. Oh, ow, my back. So you really played in this unexpected scene. Well, I mean, that's just the reality of the reality of being a DM. You don't know what your players are going to do, and in that moment you just kind of got to go with the flow and, you know, work with your players. I mean, technically speaking, anybody who was watching that stream, anybody who could have been watching that stream that day on that session would have seen my dice rolls and could very easily call me out for not following the dice. Because truth be told, didn't have to give that one to her. Because the thing is when you go for divine intervention, if you roll below or if you roll above your, you know, your level, it's not answered. It's just, you know, it's ignored. And I chose in that moment to say, nope, her, you know, this is a monumental moment. This is a moment that makes sense for her character to play into and to build up, and I want her to have this moment. And it was more powerful, I feel, because I allowed it to happen the way that narratively made more sense. You know, it would not have been as good narratively if in that moment I simply said, you know, nope, you know, he doesn't answer, sorry, he's busy, Iggy's dead, your sacrifice, you know, your turn is over, your sacrifice in vain. And, you know, that's where you have to make decisions as a DM. You have to respect the dice. You have to respect the dice rolls. But at the end of the day, you're telling a story with your friends. And if you want it to be a good story, sometimes you gotta say, you know what? no, that's not what happens. This is what happens. And then you go to town. You make it work and make sense. And I stand by that. I would have done the same. I would do the same thing today that I did that day because it made sense. God damn, these fucking houses. I need one fucking house. I wouldn't have known that. Known what? I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, about the dice. Yeah, that's the way that's the way that divine intervention works. So, with a cleric at 10th level, you call upon your deity to intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Imploring your deity's aid requires you to use an action. Describe the assistance you speak and roll the percentile die. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, your deity intervenes. And basically this is like the representation of the dice that like you're at your lowest point. That's what this is supposed to represent in game. The DM chooses the nature of the intervention. The effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again after a long rest. So, like it says here, the effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be effective. So, you know, if we take that into consideration and look at look at all of your cleric spells, there's a lot that are going to be healing, but the thing is when you look at these high ones, you have stuff like True Resurrection, Mass Heal, Revivify is going to be in here. And these are the ones, to play into. But the thing was in that roll, I had her roll twice. And, because in the moment I had to decide how I was going to go about this, how was this going to play into the story at large? So I told her to roll twice, and my thought was that if one of these is 10 or below, divine intervention happens. If these are above 10, I'm gonna see what I can do with the dice. And it just so happened that we got 90 and 68. And as I looked at the dice, I had this thought. I was like, okay, 90, when you roll, one of the ways that you can roll percentile dice was one of the ways that you roll percentile dice is rolling two 10-sided dice. Well, when you roll two 10-sided die, unless you are using an actual percentile die that has like 10, 20, and 30 on there, you're just gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 9 and 0, the 0 would represent 10, because technically it's 1 through 100. So like 00 is 100 on that, and 9 and 9 would be 99, but 0 and 9, depending on which place it is, that could be 19, that could be 9, it could be 90. Because the other thing that you have to consider is, do you make it that 00 is 0 and everything, you know, and 99 is the highest. But, you know, again, it's one of those things where in that moment I had to make a call as the DM of what is more narratively satisfying to me and my players. And with that, it was taking that 9 and 0 that she rolled and saying, okay, this was a failed, you know, this was your divine intervention. You know, it was not, you did not naturally roll below, but if we simply reverse these dice, now you have. But the actual intervention of spinning those dice needs to have some kind of weight. What power, what force, what divine essence caused those dice to rotate to allow you access to these abilities? What was that? Was it fate? Was it, you know, another god intervening on your behalf? Was it just the winds of fate? Whatever the case may be, your divine intervention was not a 90, which was the first roll. It was a 9. But your second dice roll was a 68. So we rotate that, we spin that, we allow the winds of fate to turn once again and say, this is changing. Because when you do that, that then gives you something to work with. What is 86? You know, what can you do with 86? Well, it's very simple. That can be a lot of damage. And in that moment, that's what we learned. You know, that's how we resolved that. Very quickly, it was realized that Albina was going to be able to save Iggy, but she would have to face the dice roll that fate gave to her. In that moment, she would have to face the consequences of her choices. You know, she called upon her deity who, through her calling, through her prayer, had just recently come to her aid when it came to saving Vanadar. And when he shows up, he's not a god of, you know, Tempest is not a god of love. He is not a god of healing. He is a god of war. It is through his divinity that war continues, that death occurs. So where is it that he is able to draw from this? What is it that he is given to this moment? And it was blood. He wanted the blood that had been spilt. He wanted the casualty of war that had been given to him. He is a god of war. And in that moment, Albina was looking at the god of war, was beseeching him to return what was given to him, what he took, what it is his influence provides to that world. And because of that, because she showed determination, she showed care for those that she aligned herself with, Tempest was willing to aid, but he needed something in return. So, yeah, you know, these are the things that you know, when I'm sitting there, this is the kind of stuff that like I'm constantly thinking about, you know, as a DM, of how is this gonna play out, you know. And honestly, I think it's one of the best things about being a DM. You know, you get to take those moments where normally you would have these, you know, these moments of tragedy, and while you do need to have death, while death does need to be a facet in your games, you know, offering up those moments, you know, to your players to have their sacrifice mean something, because, you know, an errant bolt is the thing that did in this beloved character. You know, you can take that moment to adjust fate. Yes, God, well, seemingly all the gods that appear. I'd imagine you'd recommend a DM learn a bit about the gods their players choose. They can, you know, they can if they wish. I actually wouldn't necessarily say that it's that important that you learn about the gods that your players align themselves with. I think if you want to have a good understanding of the kind of choices that your players may make because of the kind of god that they're aligning themselves with, it's good to know, you know, who the god is and what their domain is, and, you know, what that domain means. Because that's the thing about different gods, is that gods have domains, and those domains are going to determine what it is that they do. So as you can see on here, I actually had to pull this up. Whenever she was praying to her god, I actually had to pull this up because I wanted to remind myself what was his domain. Like, because one of the things about different gods, here we go, Elistry, where's his, here we go, Saloon and Shar. They're another good one. Okay, so when you look at Illustry, her portfolio is beauty, dance, freedom, hunting, moonlight, song, sword work, and her domains are light, nature, and life. Saloon, her portfolio, her domains is knowledge, life, and twilight, and Shar is death and trickery. But Tempest is very straightforward. He is war. He is the god of war, and that's his whole thing. But also, when she was making that prayer, I read this, okay? The dogma of the Lord of Battles was primarily concerned with honorable combat, forbidding cowardice, and encouraging the use of force of arms to settle disputes. Forbidding cowardice, honorable combat. So, with that in mind, the honorable thing when your teammate dies and you are doing what you can to help them is to lay your own life on the line, to show that you are not afraid to die to bring back this person that you are fighting alongside. That is one of the big reasons why, you know, why he allowed it. And I exemplified that when we were playing, you know, and you know, oh, I got the enchanted biome. Fuck yeah. Nice. Okay, so now I need to put down another 500. Shit, that looks sick. I love the blue trees. But, you know, I don't think that you... Oh, look at that. But the thing is that I don't necessarily think you have to do a ton of research on the gods that your divine characters would have influence with, mostly because if you need to look that up in a moment, it's a super quick search online. Pull it up online somewhere. Like I showed on mine, I went straight to the Forgotten Realms fandom site, and in there I was able to pull up the information that I needed in order to make the whole scene make sense. So that's at least how I do it, but that's kind of how I do everything. I think that it is a skill to be able to quickly search stuff up when you are running a game, because it's going to allow you to not have to, for one, you don't have to like thumb through a book or anything. You can quickly Google something. But two, the ability to like quickly search something and have some kind of reference material to go off of will make it so that you're never just kind of like guessing. That's always one thing that I try and avoid whenever running my games. Is I hate guessing, and just a lot of DMs are okay with it, but it's like, oh yeah, just come up with something and then just like address it later, kind of a thing. It's like I would rather take the short minute that it's gonna be for me to search this up real quick. Like give me a quick second. We'll fully resolve this, and it'll be an even better situation. Do agree and would rather check than make things up. Yeah, but still, to that degree, at the end of the day, there is going to be stuff that you're going to have to make up. That's always going to be the case to some degree. Oh, nope. None of those are going to work. Ooh, the end of a train track. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, that's a good piece. All right, so on to the next question. What aspect of magic effect modification would you like to see in an adventure? Additional effects, chain effects, and they shouldn't be modified. Yeah, I mean, additional effects is pretty much always going to win out for me as well. Bumping up how a spell works is always good. It gives you a little bit more freedom whenever you're trying to, run an encounter or design something, to have just something kind of in your back pocket where you can, where you can adjust it on the fly, and say like, oh, okay, this, you know, with this spell you can do X, Y, and Z. You know, these are the different things that you can do with this. You know, I prefer that stuff more than anything, just because it gives you another level of customization and freedom. First 15 is going to change the door for romantic for an hour or so. I don't know. Maybe. I need 2 houses over there. Oh, I see what the problem there is. I don't know if I'm ever going to get that 2. We're going to put that there. Sick. Oh, seriously? That's 3 houses. Oh, there's 2. Perfect. Holy shit, there's that big 5 fucking piece coming up soon. God damn. I really don't want that to end there. I also don't want it to end over there either. Oh, that's going to keep going. That's actually going to... Oh, look at that. That's sick. We have another train over there. Nice. All right. Do you like random spell effects or items? If that's, I forget if this is referring to like stuff with random tables and stuff like that. If I can't remember. If that's the case, my answer was no. I don't generally like random spell tables and stuff. And that has a lot to do with the fact that while they can be fun, if not too severe, when you start throwing too much randomness into it, you know, you start to really risk the structure of the game. You know, it's like that whole thing of, you know, should you put in a deck of many into a game? You know, it's fun, and you know, players like it, and it has some quirkiness to it, but you know, you got to be willing to handle that as a DM if things turn sideways because of the choice to put that in. Wow, that is a shit ton of water. How many unique magic items are optimal for an adventure? Honestly, I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I have introduced magic items that I did not think would be game breaking or cause an issue, and then next thing I know, I'm, you know, having to adjust, you know, pulling a player aside and having to adjust how an item's working because it's doing things that I did not intend for it to do, and you know, I need to you know, have a sit down and figure out what the way forward is with that player. You know, normally you hope not to have a situation like that, but you know, sometimes that is reality. That's the only way I'm gonna get that, isn't it? Fuck. Really kind of hate that. I want to like go out this way because this is a special tile out there that I can uncover. I think it's like I think it was like, you know, a few, you know, none or something like that. I want to say it was just like it was just like bits and pieces of like, you know, yes, no, maybe kind of a thing. No, I don't think it was per character. Ooh, is that... Oh, fuck, that's 4. I literally need... Oh, perfect. But that fucks me up. Are you kidding me? I completely fucked this. Son of a bitch. Yep, I completely fucked it. Oh well. Oh wait, fuck, I forgot that I had undo. Oh well. 'Tis life. All right. What type of magic items would you like to see in an adventure? Weapons and wondrous items being the top, and yeah, I mean, magic weapons are always going to be what players are going to go after, because it's, you know, D&D, even though they really, you know, try and talk about how, you know, they're the world's best role-playing game, they're a combat simulator at heart. So, you know, at the end of the day, a player's going to take a magic weapon over magic anything else, so might as well at least, you know, build into it. Wow. Has 4 houses on it, motherfucker. Nice. This whole side is pissing me off because I have yet to get something that will actually make any of this worth it. Let's expand that out a bit. Ooh, what is that? That's a little, oh my god, it's a little mill. That's adorable. And I'm probably not gonna get it because I have 25 tiles left. That sucks. Oops, I wanted to do that. Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool if I could get it, but I can't. So I will do what I can because I'm not fulfilling any of these quests anytime soon. And that one is now void because of how I blocked myself in there. That was on me. Oh boy. Fuck. Oh, finally. I get something that makes all that wheat worth something. Christ. Okay, good. Got a couple more tiles. Yeah, this is the only way I can really build it out. I need to... Yeah, that's kind of tragic that this is gonna just kind of die out here. Trust me, game. If I could, I would get you more water over there, but it's not gonna happen. Well, a new skin. So, all right. Favorite use for magic items. Oh, would you look at that? Favorite use for magic items, combat. Well, that's not surprising considering what we just said about, you know, weapons being the #1 item that everybody wants. Obviously, combat reasoning is going to be, you know, the primary. Jesus. Starting off strong there. Hmm. That's actually not too bad. All right. Do you like it when items are class specific? I do not. I don't think it's like when you have an item that's, you know, only the paladin can use this. The problem that you're now kind of giving the party is that, you know, only the paladin can use this item now. So even if it's something where this item might have been better suited for, say, you know, the monk or say the barbarian, you have now told your party, hey, you know, only the paladin is using this. You're taking away their ability to choose for themselves, you know, what it is that they want. So I don't like class specific items. I also don't like alignment specifics, because again, I don't play with alignments, so that should be pretty, you know, open and shut. But I do actually like whenever items require attunement. So generally speaking, when an item requires attunement, you are telling your players that this is an item that you need to take consideration when, you know, when equipping it. Okay? Because if you don't use items with attunements, then you can you're kind of just like handing out more items and giving your party all this like freelance to kind of use and abuse everything to their whim. If you don't have a way to regulate it, of saying, okay, you know, these are, you know, you guys have some amazing items, but with these particular, you know, with these items, you need to be linked to them on an arcane level. So having attunement gives you the opportunity to do that. So it means that your players aren't just going to be able to, you know, constantly be using 50,000 different magic items. You know, putting a limit on that by saying, okay, you have this item, you can use it, but you are only able to attune to X amount of items. So if you attune to this, you know, you can't attune to the next one that you have. Like, let's say you're filling up your attunement slots. You know, it's like, okay, well, yeah, this is a great item and you're gonna really like it, but you have to consider how many items you are already attuned to. So it's why I do like whenever items require attunement, because I think it makes sense to use that as a tool to kind of limit, you know, the amount of items that your players are able to use at any given moment. Do you like to see cursed items in the adventure? Yes, because without consequences, there's no such thing as adventure. You know, if your players can just willy-nilly walk around and pick up every single thing that they find, and there's never going to be a consequence for, you know, for them doing that, or if you never give them some kind of penalty for not, you know, taking the time to inspect something or to investigate it more thoroughly, you know, you're losing out on opportunities to really test and challenge your players at that point. Fuck, that's blocking it all off. Well, I don't actually. I think the main thing to keep in mind with especially these two, you have to look at who Elder Brain's, you know, customer basis is. These are more old school players, back in the day, you know, these are people who are back in the day, you know, items had very specific requirements. You know, you did things by the book, and you know, that was kind of it. So it actually doesn't surprise me, because this is one of those tactics that a DM can use to, like, say, okay, you know, this is how things are going to go from here on, because if you guys aren't investigating and, you know, keeping an eye on the stuff that you're taking in, you might accidentally take in something that's evil, something that's going to hurt the party in the long run. So, I mean, on a simple basis, yeah, it is definitely high. You know, it is the fact that it's 90%, or you know, 90% of people said yes, but I think that just has more to do with the fact of who the customer basis of Elder Brain is. I think nowadays most modern players probably might not use cursed items as much, just because they might see it as penalizing their players. But again, that's, you know, a difference of perspective. I surely don't see it as punishing players. Surely do not. Come on, are you serious? Wait, if I put that like that, I can connect it there eventually. Okay, I'll be able to do that on my next one. Very nice. Ooh, cool. All right, so I think we're in the last, yeah, we're in the last two parts. Dungeon. How many rooms should the optimal dungeon have? Several, yeah. Too small and your players get through it too quickly and it doesn't feel like they actually accomplished anything. Too many, and you end up with your players getting confused, turned around, and just overall annoyed with the you know, with the unreasonable size of it. I have actually ran a dungeon that was considerably too large, and you know, my players just got bored with it. They eventually just like started tuning out because there was just, you know, with how big it was, they just didn't know, you know, which way to go or what way to follow. So, you know, keeping it to around, you know, I would say about 15, like 10 to 15 rooms would probably be like my limit. You know, obviously on here it's, you know, yeah, we're actually gonna put that there, and then we're gonna connect it there. You know, obviously on here it's 11 to 20. But yeah, I just think that I think you can have, you know, a few too many depending on how you play it out. All these random ones. All right. So, how many levels do you prefer? A few, yeah. I don't like going intelligent items, yes. That does refer to sentient items. So, again, I think that is more because that's the old term, you know, when an item has intelligence, you know, the just a sentient item. That's way too many. We're gonna put you over here. All right. Is an optimal dungeon open or close? Yeah, it could be either. Doesn't really matter. The only thing that you have to consider whenever you do an open air dungeon is the fact that you are opening it up to allow for flying creatures to scout it. So if you have a party that's rocking around, you know, with a wizard that has an owl familiar, you have to be prepared for that owl familiar to fly out and, you know, scout the entire dungeon ahead of the party so that they know what to, you know, what they're going to be facing and what they're going to be encountering. But that's just something you have to consider whenever you're building it. Like, you know, a lot of dungeon masters don't like that whenever their players just scout out a dungeon without, you know, actually having to put themselves in danger. But guess what? That's exactly what any real adventurer would do, as long as you have that pet with you and you have a companion that you can do that with. You're 100% going to do that because it makes the most sense. 119 houses, damn. Seriously? I need to put more tracks somewhere else. God damn it. You don't have a great spot. It's gonna have to go here. It's one too many. Need more water. All right. How easy should the approach to the dungeon be? I forget what the responses to this one were. But honestly, I think to get to the entrance should not be that difficult. Like, unless it's meant to be part of the whole encounter and like the whole adventure itself. For example, in the Rise of Tiamat, in the actual Rise of Tiamat module, getting to some of the locations where you actually deal with the cultists is part of the adventure. Like, you're supposed to, you know, trek through the jungle and, you know, face off against certain threats on your way there, and that's like kind of the whole design of that particular part of the adventure. But if you don't want to include that, you can just omit that. You don't have to force that, you know, that set of encounters on your players if that's not the route you want to go. How many said that's 7. Fuck. All right, we're gonna put you over here. That's 7 again. What the dick? Oh my god. And that's fucking 1. But it's a goddamn fucking train track. Fuck you, train track. 4, perfect. Seven, that's too many. What type of dungeon environment do you like the most? Building or built, natural formation, or biological? Honestly, I give or take them. I really don't have a preference one way or the other when it comes to like the design of a dungeon. But the truth of the matter is that's because I don't generally design my own dungeons. Being that I run mostly module-based stuff, I just kind of have whatever is already pre-designed. So yeah, it's no big deal one way or the other for me. That is exactly 5 houses. That's perfect. Are you fucking kidding me? More like little houses. God damn it. Do 29. Good. I was kind of hoping to build up that way. All right. What type of general dungeon purposes do you like the most? Lair, stronghold, and tomb being the top ones. I kind of felt the same way. You know, you always want your dungeon to have some kind of purpose. There needs to be a reason why it was actually built. But you know, one of the easiest ways to roll with that is that it was a lair, a tomb, you know, maybe a dungeon, or maybe a dragon lives there. You know, maybe it was built for a lich to be buried in. You know, whatever route you decide to go, just make sure that it has a reason. That's always the key factor when it comes to designing a dungeon. Actually give it a good reason why it exists. Oh yay, single house. All right. Ooh, so triangle. Are you kidding me? Not even over here? Son of a bitch. All right, well, I'm building one there. God dams. Oh my god, here's the problem. I want to keep this water moving in case I need a water one, but then again, I can also fuck myself because of how big it is now. Is that a lake house? Oh my god, there's swans. I gotta get that. I like that little abandoned town before getting to the Necromancer Tower as a dungeon setting. seemed less common. I mean, to say, I wouldn't necessarily say, well, so here's the thing. I wouldn't necessarily say Raised Garden was a dungeon. You know, when I look at Raised Garden as anything, I see it more as a I see it more as like just a large encounter space. I mean, I guess if you really like, I guess you could call it a dungeon. I guess there would be no issue, you know, referring to it as a dungeon. But with the fact that in my mind a dungeon is more of like interconnected rooms, well, so to me a dungeon is more of like individual rooms connected with hallways where encounters can happen, whereas Raised Garden was a town. It was an open space with barricades set inside of it. I would say, if anything, if I had to like say it was anything, I would say Raised Garden was more of an arena than a dungeon, because just the kind of space that it was, to me at least, was more of an arena than it would be a dungeon. So, but that's just my opinion, you know. I mean, dungeons can be all shapes and sizes, so it is you to whatever preference you want. I have 2 fucking tiles, and I'm not going to be able to get that goddamn swan. That's sad. I wanted those swans. Suck and buck of fuck. What are my rewards looking like? Oh, I need 24 more to get the next one. All right, let's do it. This already sucks. This one already sucks. Oh my god. All right, let's keep this going. What features do you like in chambers? Huge chambers. Yeah, I can see that, you know. Oh, nice, I got midwinter. Fuck yeah. I need another 500. So 500. Oh wait, that will get me Sakura. Interesting. Okay, I'm curious because I want to pull this up real quick. I want to pull up my creative world. It's taking a minute to load, as you can see down in the left. Load your map faster, but without watching it be created? Sure. Oh my god, it just naturally did it. Oh my god, it just naturally did it. Oh my god, it just naturally did it. Oh my god, it's an enchanted forest. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it looks so cool. Oh my god, it looks so different, but like, it looks so different yet so familiar. Oh my god. Like, this was like normal. Where the fuck are these pieces? Oh, I just never filled those in before. Oh my god, that's so cool. I love this enchanted forest. Look at the little pumpkins. Oh my god, that's sick. You got little pumpkins now and they're all angry and shit. Oh my god, that's fucking adorable. Oh my god. And then we got like little winter towns now. It just blows my mind to like think like, oh, this is fjord, you know, this is like fall, autumn, and then we go into winter, and then we're like back into spring, summer. You know, oh, there's this little enchanted area. Oh my god, I just noticed the enchanted biome has dark colored railroad tracks. Huh. That's cool. And then they transition over into, holy shit, this, wow. That's so cool. I love this. I absolutely, and this, oh my god, this is like a little winter wonderland up here now. Oh my god. Oh shit, I didn't mean to scroll that. Fuck, that's so cool. I'm definitely gonna have to play more with this. I'm like now thinking the fact of like, oh my god, like, how much is this map gonna change when I unlock the last one? Because if that last one is actually the Sakura trees, it's gonna be a big change. What are those fields now? All gray, white, and blue. Yeah, I mean, that's it. They're frozen. Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh, there's little ice flows. I just noticed that there's little ice flows now in the water. Damn. Oh, this is sick. I love this. Oh my god, the enchanted has lily pads in its ponds. And there's like reeds and stuff coming up in the enchanted one. Like lily pads. That's so cool. Yeah, because these are the normal lily pads. That's right. Yeah. Oh my god. It looks so cool. All right. We gotta keep going. Yeah, where are we gonna get at? Okay, so we need 500. Okay. All right, so what type of negative influence? Oh wait, I skipped over this one. What type of inhabitants do you prefer? Monster lair. Yeah, I think monster lair is always gonna be the top for players, just because it gives you something to go in and kill. You know what? I really don't like this particular one. We're gonna delete that. Yeah, there we go. Start a new one. First boat. Bow. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a winter biome over here. That's cool. I can have that go like that, and I can just not put anything more next to it. Yep, have it go down that way. All right. What type of negative influence effects would you like in a dungeon? Natural hazards being the highest, altered magic, and external threat and mind affecting. Yeah, natural hazard is probably always going to be, you know, one of those big ones up there, because it's you know, it's super simple to, you know, have something like that in your, you know, in your dungeon, having, you know, rocks or lava or, you know, like giant gaps, gusts of wind, stuff like that. Super simple to put that stuff in. It's not a huge amount of monitoring. You can kind of pop it in as you need, but it is effective. It gives your players something to think about and something to focus on. Yeah, so agree with that. How linear is the optimal dungeon? I forget what all the options here were, but your dungeon should have some branching paths that lead to dead ends. Personally, I think there should be some variety, because if it's too linear, you're basically just walking your players through, you know, through a dungeon. There's no choices they have to make. There's no wrong turns. But to the same degree, you definitely don't want to make it where it's, you know, where it's something so complicated that they're never going to figure it out. You do want to make it so that it is, you know, achievable to actually see their way to the end. Yeah, this is already, it's already turned out to be a rough map. All right. How many traps do you prefer in a dungeon? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Again, I don't make my own dungeons that often, so I honestly could not give you an answer to that. I don't even remember what I did answer for that. Oh, look at that. It's perfect. I'm so glad I did that. Stinking ahead. I can't put something there. Oh, I just blocked off one of my biggest forests already. Fuck. God damn it, that's stupid. I gotta redo my whole forest up top. Fuck. Damn, that sucked. All right. Do you like complex traps? Yes. Do you like traps that involve puzzles? Yes. Do you like magical traps? Yes. I kind of like all those things. What magic effects are best in traps? Teleportation being number one. You know, porting you around from room to room just to fuck with your players and make them question reality. That's hilarious and always fun to do. Excuse me. Let's connect you first. Okay, good. That's a good plan. All right. What else we got? We got mind affecting and summoning. Yeah. What sort of monster challenges do you enjoy the most? I don't know what that's referring to. What is the optimal number of enemies per encounter? There is no optimal number. It depends on your situation. That is absolutely right. There's nothing that's ever going to be always going to work for every situation. You know, you really can't, you know, block that one off and you know, just go with a random number every time. You always have to play it up to whatever the situation is with your particular group. Sweet. Oh, yes. All right. Do you like encounters with unique monsters that have unknown abilities? Absolutely. I enjoy changing up the abilities and effects that my monsters have, because far too often players start to get accustomed to, you know, what certain monsters might do, or they might have an expectation of what a monster can do. So by changing that up and by, you know, letting your players know, you know, hey, you know, yeah, trolls normally, you know, will, you know, trolls normally can be killed with fire, or like that's how you have to kill them. But this one is not so easy, you know, allowing it to be a bit of a challenge, you know, to your players about what they're facing off against. That's the kind of stuff that I love. It also goes with, sweet, I can build out that forest. Oh, no, I can't. Fuck. You know, this kind of goes in line with, aren't most encounters unique to the characters? No, this is saying unique monsters that have unknown powers and abilities. This is to say, you know, along the lines of, do you like encounters with monsters that your players don't know their powers and abilities? Their characters, sure, they're like, like the characters might not, but a player might. Okay, and then granted, that's all meta knowledge. But you know, when you have played through, you know, hours and hours and hours of D&D, you start to know stuff, and it starts to influence what your knowledge base is. I could not play in a game and have a DM put a troll in front of me and me not immediately think to myself, oh, we need to kill this thing with fire. You know, now granted, I have to do my due diligence in separating that meta knowledge and, you know, reminding myself, hey, you know, your character does not know what this is. They don't know that trolls, that trolls need to be killed with fire. Lucas does. So I have to make that concerted effort to keep that knowledge to myself and not let it influence my character's actions. But it's always going to be there. You know, that's just the sad reality. That information is always going to be there. For example, in my Pathfinder game that I just played, we came across a group of kobolds. These kobolds had a shell necklace on them. Now, you know, at first we were like kind of quizzical about what this shell necklace was. But when the GM said, oh, it's not like a, because we were thinking like, why would he have like a seashell? And, when he explained, oh, this isn't a seashell, this is, this looks more like an egg. This looks more like egg. And, that was something where I was like, oh, it's probably dragon egg, but I can't know that. I was getting at well, again, it's, but see, the point I'm making is, do you like encounters with unique monsters? I'm saying more to the player. I'm saying more, to the actual player. In my mind, when I read, do you like encounters with unique monsters that have unknown abilities and powers? The way that I'm looking at this is, I want to introduce encounters to my players where they don't know how this monster works. And it kind of goes in line with character knowledge, but I want my players to be in that mindset of, we don't know how this monster works. Okay, this goes with my Rime of the Frost Maiden game the other day. Something that those players never actually learned in game was that not only did the winter wolves that they were fighting have their normal pack tactics, which allows them to get advantage on attack rolls when they're within 5 feet of their allies. They also had a thing called packed vitality, where as long as they were within 10 feet of their ally, they had resistance to mundane damage. So, piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning. That's not something they normally have, but that was something that I wanted to add in as, oh, these wolves know how to, like, watch each other's backs. Not only do they know how to open one another up to allow for better attacks, but they're actually good at keeping an eye on each other's backs to the point where they're not taking nearly as much damage. Damage is all subjective. It's all, it's all theater, essentially. To say that you're low on hit points can mean any number of things. So with these wolves, they weren't, they weren't taking, all of the damage that they normally would, because I introduced a new mechanic with them. Or for example, with the woolly mammoth, even in the main story, even in the actual pages of Rime of the Frost Maiden, that elephant cannot do his rampaging trample ability that I gave him. It was because I chose to add that as a new ability that, because I wanted to ramp up the difficulty for those players, because, with what level the Rime of the Frost Maiden group is, I have to up the challenge ratings of those monsters. So introducing something like the rampaging trample, where, the woolly mammoth is going to stomp his feet and he's going to knock over creatures that are next to him, that to me is what a unique monster with unknown powers and abilities. So, that to me is a resounding yes. I do love whenever I can do that, because it just gives you some freedom. It gives you an opportunity to really branch out and explore and, create your own monsters and really challenge those older, more veteran players, especially if they're used to stuff, especially if they're expecting something, a specific style of monster or attack coming from an enemy. And that can even, jam you up. For example, one of my players in my library game, recently they came across some ettercaps. Now, normally ettercaps are, they are very opposed to the Fae. They kind of hate Fae creatures. They eat sprites and stuff like that. But when this player, who is a Fae, because he is he's a changeling, when he encountered these things, he's an old school player. He knows that ettercaps don't like the Fae. So he actually got really concerned that these creatures were going to be initially hostile to him. And he even brought that up to me, and he's like, do they notice me? Do they care? Do they appear to be looking at me? And I was like, not particularly. Why? And he's like, oh, well, I know about ettercaps. I know, their hatred of the Fae. And I was like, these aren't normal ettercaps. This is different than what you're used to. And it's moments like that I love, because you're taking what some players can be used to and turning it on its head to allow for you to develop your own stories and develop your own twists for these players. Do I seriously? Oh, wait, can I put that there? Fuck yes. All right. What type of creatures do you like fighting the most? I kind of assumed undead would be up there, but yeah, I'm just kind of all over the place. It doesn't really bother me one way or the other what I'm fighting. So rarely do I ever get to fight monsters myself, but when I'm actually playing, it's not I'm give or take on anything. Ooh, nice. No, really? I can't do that? Oh, because it's going into nothing. Damn it. Beaver Dam. No. I can't connect that yet. That really sucks. Oh, that really sucks. All right. Which core classes do you like monsters to have? I don't like monsters to have any. They shouldn't have class levels. What types of monster templates do you like to encounter the most, if any? I'm really on, you know, I don't care. What interactions? Fighting. Yep, that makes total sense. Which monster combat tactics do you like the most? Ambushes. Yeah. Packed or swarming. That's my style. I love throwing groups of enemies at my players. Which offensive monster abilities do you like the most? Breath weapons, charm and compulsion, grappling constrict. Yeah. Anything that stops players from being able to like act is gonna be high up on the list. Grappling constricting, kind of the same. It stops them from doing anything, but breath weapons hitting AoEs is great. What defensive monster abilities do you like the most? Damage resistance and special movements. Yep, being able to get away from players and avoid damage. Also regeneration. Yep, super powerful. Which magic effects are best suited for monster tactics? Evocation and illusion. Yes, dealing damage, hiding away from things. So, yeah. So I know I kind of skimmed through those last ones, but hey, you know what? That's 'tis life. Yeah, so that was, well, it took a while to get through. It took 2 nights to get through it, and I've been mostly playing Dwarf Romantic this entire time. That was the best D&D adventure survey from Elderbrain. So, you know, plenty of good, good information in there. But I got 8 more tiles here, and I got a couple more minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of return back to fashion, and I'm going to answer the question that was posed over in the DM advice corner in the Discord. If you are unfamiliar, get on that shit. There's a Discord. You can join the community, chat with people, and have fun with all of us. It's a rough spot to play. So, the question that was posed by Stacy, and she said this was found elsewhere. I was imagining there would be a continuation of Bo's adventure. There is. You just have to go in and click the thread that is in there. So if you go to the D&D&Chill Discord channel at the top next to the notification settings, there's a thread button. When you click that, you'll find that there's an entry 2 into excerpts from Bo's journal, talking about some kobolds that we fought. That is in there. But yeah, so answering Stacy's post, this was asked somewhere online. She said, by Nicholas, I need ideas. My players accidentally ignored 3 major plot hooks, so I made one up on the spot. Now they are going treasure hunting with a thief searching for treasure that pirates left behind on a small island because at the time it was too recognizable. So I need ideas for an item in the treasury that will spark a bigger story. I thought maybe a spell book, an otherwise low magic setting, but I don't know. Anyone have any thoughts? Stacy added to this by saying, I liked this in part for the general notion of what might be suggested if players skip plot hooks, especially bigger ones, more so for those affected, or more so for those who offered a particular story / game / module and wanting to keep in the general direction of what was offered. So the crux of this is, what do you do if you want your players to go in a certain direction and they choose not to? The short answer to this is you follow where your players want to go. Okay? If you have it here that it says my players ignored 3 major plot hooks, obviously your players don't care about that particular story. Okay. Now, there is the whole concept of social contracts. If you are sitting down at a table with a group of people and you tell them, you know, hey, I would love to run a D&D game for you guys. I have prepped and ready some bits and pieces from Dragon of Icespire Peak, and I would love to run this for you guys. And everyone's on board, and it's, you know, all happy, hunky-dory. And, you know, this is what you and the party decide that you're going to play and that you're going to run. All right, cool. You sit down. You're going to run Dragon of Icespire Peak, and you get into the first session, and your players are heading into Phandalin for the very first time, and you narrate the scene of them walking into town and seeing, Barthen's provisions, and, you know, Ander and Thistle working outside, and, you got some carts rolling through town with some folks that are moving some supplies, and, as this is progressing, they say, okay, we're gonna head over to where the town speaker is, or the town master. We're gonna go talk to him, and it's like, oh yeah, you want to talk to Harbin Wester and blah 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 blah, and the players say, okay, we're gonna go talk to Harbin Wester, and they go over there, and Harbin's like, oh, please go get Adabra back, because she's out in the hills and this dragon could kill her, blah blah blah. Okay, and then it's like, also let the gnomes in Gnomengard know of the dragon. They might have magic items that can help us. Okay, cool. So there's a second plot hook. And there are some dwarves down in a mine that will need to be told of this, otherwise they too could die. And okay, cool. Here's your 3 plot hooks. All right, very simple, very straightforward. You have you have a simple, all of them are just kind of essentially the same thing when it really boils down to it. Go to this place, notify them of the dragon, and get what supplies you can while you're out and survive. That's it. Those are your 3 plot hooks so far. If you present that to your players, and your players say, what else do you have? Is there anything else that needs done around here? Those seem fairly mundane, and we're very, we're grand adventurers. We should be doing, more bigger things. Okay? Or they see these things and they're like, I don't want to do these. Let's see what else there is around town. Let's go ask around. Okay. If that's the scenario, if you have approached your, if you are started running this game and all of a sudden your players are ignoring the initial plot hooks that you have given them, you have 2 options. One, you redirect them. Okay? You say, okay, what would you like to do? And, get their input, get their opinions. If they say, oh, well, we know that there's a dragon here, and we want to go, we want to go see if the rumors are true that there actually is a dragon here. Okay, cool. You can go into town, you can go and talk to people, and they can confirm the rumors are true or not. And, let your players go in and do that. If they say that, that they want to, that's a good spot. If they say, oh, well, maybe one of the characters has like a personal story, maybe they have like a personal thing, and they're like, I'm actually out here looking for, looking for my long lost relatives. They were, and you kind of have to have this built into the backstory situation, but it's like, oh, I was told that they were living out here, and, I've come looking for them, so I'd like to try and find them. Okay, cool. That's fine. Play into that a little bit. Make sure that the other players are on board with that, but you can play into that. The other thing is, if they just don't seem interested in the plot hooks that you have given them so far, just change up those plot hooks a bit, okay? It's, you know, again, going back to the information that I know, you know, Lost Mines of Phandelver, or not Lost Mines, but Dragon of Icespire Peak. If I introduced to my player the 3 starting quests, and they turned around and were like, no, I'm not really feeling any of these, is there anything else? I would point them in the direction of, well, you might want to go and check out the local tavern, and see if there's anybody there that has heard any rumors, okay? You go there, you have them hear the rumors that are going on around Phandalin at that time. There's the lighthouse that ships have been crashing at. That's an ongoing rumor that goes on in that particular adventure. There's the strange thunder magics up in the mountains. There's the orcs up at the old shrine near Conaberry that have been spotted. There's, you know, orcs in the foothills around, you know, around the base of the Sword Mountains. Or you could even drop in your own things. There is a list of rumors that kind of lead players to smaller adventures, more disjointed ones. P5, for example, kind of got that treatment in a way, because the lighthouse mission, the Tower of Storms, is meant to be played during the Dragon of Icespire Peak stuff. You know, it's just the couple times that I introduced that there was strange magic, that there were strange events going on near that, you know, near that particular location, my players just never really dug into it. And you know what? That's fine. That's up to them to grasp onto those straws and move with them. But that meant that I could save it for later, which I did. You know, I was able to, I still have the Tower of Storms encounter prepped and ready. I know where it is. The players are right there, and they could go and investigate it if they wanted, but if they don't, that's fine too. So this is one of those things where that wasn't a major plot, was it? What was a major, what was a major plot? The skipped one? The Tower of Storms? I mean, it's just one of those, I mean, it shows up. It is an available quest for players to take on. It's not like, to say that any one of them is a major plot is all deterministic on, you know, the game that you're playing in. Is it was it a major plot in P5? No, clearly it wasn't, because you guys never went to do it. You know, it's not something that, you know, that you guys felt a heavy interest in, and because of that, it's not a major plot point in the P5 session. Whatever went on there, whatever adventure could have been had there, was just simply one that P5 never took part in. You know, and that was you know, the choice that the party made during their, you know, time out adventuring. So it's simply that. Now, you know, could you guys go and, you know, do those particular quests now in order to get those story details and in order to find out what is going on there? You could go there now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the same information and quest, like the same details of that whole thing will be the same. You know, this is kind of in line with the quest that was given when P5 went to when P5 was offered to Lylon. Or when P5 was heading off to Lylon, and they were told that Harbin's brother needs to be told of his brother's death. P5 had other things to do at that time. They had to go to Lylon and get the deal brokered to allow the Phandalinians there. So it wasn't on their list of things that they could go out and do at that moment. So they didn't. So that meant that the quest and the details of that quest that would have been available were now shifted. Okay? The details of that quest are now, more just of a story, essentially, of what happened there and what could have happened, as me and you found out about there being this, giant boar that attacked, that was, like made of thunder and stuff like that. And, hearing the story of Gorthok the Thunder Boar, instead of actually going there yourselves and experiencing it and potentially changing the outcome of that encounter. Because every encounter that a group is given, if you choose not to go and investigate it or, deal with it, it doesn't just mean it's gonna stay there, forever. Something's gonna happen there, whether the players are there to affect it or not. And I think that's how it should be done, because, if the players aren't going to go and, take care of business there, then is somebody else. Oh, thank you, Admira. Very much. Thank you. How you doing, guys? Oh, man. 2 a.m. and I'm getting a raid. Oh, this was highly unexpected, but very kind of you. Well, welcome everyone. We're talking about D&D and some of the events that have gone on in the one of the campaigns that I run here on the game on the channel. So, but that, like I was saying, it's one of those things where I could, as the DM, allow you guys to just continue, oh yeah, you can handle this quest at any time you want. You can, sit there and, go about it at your leisure. But if you're told that, somebody needs to go and, make sure that a Dabra is safe and that she's okay, and on your journeys there, you see her getting attacked by a manticore, spoiler warning for the first quest in Dragon of Icespire Peak, the problem then becomes, what would happen if the players chose not to go there? Well, the manticore attack would still happen. I like the death situation. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't normally have this up when I'm playing a video game. I'm just playing Dwarf Romantic. Normally I got the whole table situation and windows in front of that, but we had some stuff up right now, just chilling with some lo-fi and Dwarf Romantic. But yeah, it's one of those things where when your players choose not to go and take care of a quest that's given to them or that's offered, and there is, you still have to play out those consequences as they would happen. So in that situation, if the party decided, hey, going in, alerting a Dabber Gwyn of this oncoming manticore attack, or these dragon attacks that are going on, well, does that mean that she's not going to be notified? And I have 3 on my next one. Okay, this is going to go up here. Are you kidding me? I can't split that. Damn it. So that means that if the players do end up going back there after not going and helping her in the first time, maybe she's dead. You know, maybe the Manticore got in and, you know, did her in. That's a situation that, you know, you could play out. The players ignore it. They don't, you know, they're like, oh, you know, what's it matter? Like, you know, why do we need to go and tell this midwife that there's a dragon? Clearly she should be able to tell. Or, you know, oh, you know, maybe it's not the end of the world, you know, we'll get to her in time. So the players go off and they do some fun things and they have adventures of their own, and eventually they realize, like, oh shit, we never told that woman that there was that dragon. We should probably head over there and let her know. All of a sudden they show up, and guess what? She's dead. Manticore, you know, let the players investigate, find out that there's signs of a Manticore attack. There's the spiked barbs everywhere. You know, there's all these different things that are the telltale signs of a Manticore attack. So now they have to go back to Harbin Wester and explain, hey, really sorry about that. We didn't get to her in time, and we think she was killed by a Manticore. Now, you could lessen the consequences of that and have Harbin, you know, lose his mind and freak out and, you know, well, you must find her. You must find her. She's the only source of health potions. And, you know, it's like, okay, well, you know, what should we do? It's like, maybe she wasn't killed. Maybe the Manticore simply kidnapped her. Yes, that could be it. Maybe it simply took her. You must find where it nests. You must follow it and see if she is alive. And okay, right there, you have allowed, you know, an opportunity to fix that, because Adabra is the only one in that setting that can offer healing potions. So unless you change that, the players are kind of SOL if they want to get any potions of healing. So, you know, that's at least how I would, you know, personally roll it out, you know, if it was my players. But, you know, to answer that question of, like, how do you account for when your players just simply ignore plot hooks and ignore plot devices, you have to roll with the punches. You have to expect that sometimes your players are just not gonna care, and they're just going to end up ignoring stuff that you thought was, you know, was gonna be interesting enough, and you just kind of got to move on with it, you know. Maybe it broke over. Yeah, you know, like, much like it happened in, you know, in our game. And that's, you know, that's the thing. That was a choice that I had to make when you guys went to rescue Adabra and you killed the Manticore and you buried its body on the land and then left. And yeah, when you went back, guess what? There's, you know, it's kind of been scratched up. Adabra's nowhere to be found. There's signs of struggle, and that's because its mate came back and was pretty angry that you guys killed its mate. So it did what it had to do. Oh, I love this game. This is so relaxing. For those of you watching, if you don't know, this game is called Dorfromantik, and I only just found out about it the other day on one of the shows I host on Thursdays, where I play the first 15 minutes of a game that I've never played, and this is one of them. And at this point, I have put in how many hours have I put in? I've put in 16 and a half hours into this game since last week. So it definitely earned the rank I gave it of 15 hours, please. And only tonight just realized that it had 3 more biomes or so that I didn't have access to, and so that's what I'm trying to get. All right. Yeah, so if anybody else has any questions about D&D, feel free to ask while I'm playing this. It's normally what my Monday night streams are, but, you know, Monday went long because you weren't playing the challenge part. Yeah, no, my other world is a lot nicer. Close 5 field groups with at least 10 fields in total. Interesting. Oh, I need 70 more tiles. And I'm gonna get the final get that final biome, the Sakura fields. I can't wait to see that. Honestly, I'm so excited to see what that looks like. Whew. I need more houses up here. I don't know why I'm even putting stuff down there. I also need some over here. I only have 10 more tiles left. Shit. One house. Oh, I'm gonna block this in. Perfect. Three tiles. Yeah, no, this is a bust. All right. How many do I need? I need 55 more tiles. All right. We're doing this until I get the Sakura fields. Oh, we're on midwinter now. Cool. I was actually very curious to see this biome a little more. I'm gonna end those tracks right there. Makes my life a little easier. Ooh. Really? Another end already? That's actually kind of sad. Barely have anything to close it off with. Lock that in there. Let's put this up around that side. Honestly, as long as I'm not like too inept about where I'm putting tiles, I actually don't need to really like worry too much about these challenges, considering I should have enough just through this playthrough to get the Sakura fields. So I'm still gonna do what I can. There it is. All right, cool. Okay. So we're gonna go back to classic mode. We're gonna load this up. And we're gonna wait for it to load. Oh man, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this is. Okay. Do I have all the biomes? Yes. I now have all 7. Oh, they have changed dramatically. Where is my... Okay. Where's Sakura? Oh, here it is. Oh my god. Oh my god, the buildings are different. Even the buildings are different. Oh, this is so cool. The tracks even have like a different style to them. Oh my god. This is so cool. So this changed down here because this was originally fjords. So like this dark land with red. And then it changed to enchanted. Do I have an enchanted forest? Yes. You got a little enchanted with pumpkins and stuff. Is that a ghost? What is that? What is that? What's that little white thing right there? I don't know what that is. Huh. And then I have the midwinter biome. Oh, that's so cool. Watch out for that ice. Oh, maybe it is a tombstone. Yeah, that's a possibility. Careful. Oh, I knew it would phase through, but it would kind of make me chuckle if it crashed. Oh, I'm terrible for that. Man, it's so crazy to think of it. This is the same like land that I've been building, for the past week. This over here looks so good with all these colors now. And this is all going to be Sakura down here. Shit, what do we got up here? Ooh, we got another little midwinter area. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, this is completely changed. This used to be Fjordland. This was kind of like a desolate, like, swamp. That's definitely changed. Oh, we have more enchanted lands here in the middle. Very cool. Very cool. I'm still trying to figure out what that is. I'm gonna try and take a screenshot of it and blow it up later. Oh shit. Okay, cool. We have more winter lands over here as well. I kind of like them better now because before, when they were in the middle of stuff, it felt very like odd that there would be like winter lands in the middle of things. Although I think up here is going to be winterlands. Yeah, because this is all, I'm going to make this all water in here, and then that's going to be so cool. Yeah, I kind of love how like the winterlands are further out. This is so sick. Oh, I'm so glad I did the different I went through and did the challenges to get all these biomes now. The Great Forest is also going to be badass too, because this is midwinter. I don't know how far midwinter goes into here, but like all of this ashland, that's gonna crash my computer if I do that again. All right, where am I putting these buildings? I have some buildings in hand. We need to plop them around. Man, oh man, this looks so good now. I'm loving this. Absolutely loving this. I cannot wait to keep building this. Shit. I need to get a corner in here. You know what? I'm so sick and tired of these dead spaces. I'm stealing that. I don't like those fields. Do I have another? kind of want one with a house. Do I have a corner with a house? Nope, but I do have one with some forest. That works. And this, I actually just want to find a singular grass tile. Where do we got a singular grass tile? There we go. Boom, a perfect tile. Sweet. All right, well, this is going to be my project for the next, week or so. I'm just going to keep going with this. Yeah, so I think for right now, I'm probably going to call it a night. It is 2:30 in the morning over here, and I do have work tomorrow. But again, much appreciation to Admira for the raid. Very, very thankful for that. Stacy, thanks for hanging out tonight. Going through that whole survey from Elderbrain was a lot of fun to kind of give my opinions on it and chat about it a bit. So thank you for that. To those of you that are here, if you want to hang out again tomorrow night, it is Thursday evening, which means it is the first 15. Like I said before, every Thursday night at 9:30 Eastern, I go through and play 3 games that are the first time that I've played them. I just played them for the first 15 minutes. Tomorrow's games are Pilgrims, Zeep Kissed, and Dead Estate. On top of that, if you are into video games in general, check out my Discord channel. The link is above me, or you can click the About button below. I'm actually doing a giveaway for a copy of Life is Strange 2, the complete season. So if you, for a Steam code. So if you want to get your hands on that, join the Discord, and there's a little giveaways channel in there that you are welcome to join to try and get a copy of that. So yeah, so that's going to be about it for tonight. Thanks for hanging out. Again, if you want to hang out with me tomorrow, you are more than welcome to. Thank everybody who is here hanging out with me tonight, and I will see you guys later. Peace out. Oh, what's going on?